When I was a teenager, I lived with my parents, my uncle, and my uncle's dog. Very tragically, after 5 or so years living together, my uncle was diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer. My uncle battled cancer for a long time. He was gravely ill in hospital, and we were told by doctors he didn't have long left. Late one night, while the house was sleeping, my uncle's dog started loudly howling and crying out of nowhere. This was very, very strange, as this dog was very quiet and reserved. He never howled, barked, or made a peep the whole time he lived with us. Plus, the sound of the howls were odd. Not a normal dog barking. They sounded like the dog was weeping or in pain. The sounds of the dog howling woke me from my sleep and were alarming enough for me to get out of bed and want to check on the dog. After a minute or two of him howling, he abruptly stopped, and immediately the house phone rang. My parents and I all ran from our bedrooms to the phone. It was the hospital calling to tell us my uncle was about to pass away. My mum quickly jumped in a car and headed to the hospital. My dad and I sat together in silence in the living room for a few minutes. My dad told me to go back to bed and he would let me know if anything happened. I went back to bed and stared at the ceiling awake, not knowing how to feel. Not long passed, maybe 45 minutes, before the dog started to howl again. He howled and wept and cried for a minute. This time, I heard my dad get up and put on shoes, etc., to go outside and investigate why on earth the dog was howling. But before my dad could make his way downstairs to see the dog, and just like before, the dog abruptly stopped howling and the house phone immediately rang. My dad jolted to the phone. This time it was my mum calling from the hospital to let us know my uncle had just passed away. My dad came into the bedroom to let me know. My dad and I sat in the living room together again in silence. I remember thinking how strange it was with the dog. It's like the dog knew what was happening with my uncle and perfectly predicted the phone calls, like he felt his owner passing away. I didn't want to bring it up with my dad. It felt so crazy and stupid, plus we're not believers of religion or the paranormal world. My dad would scoff at the idea of a dog having some kind of spiritual connection that made it possible to feel my uncle passing away. After a while of my dad and I quietly sitting together, my dad said, "You did hear the dog, didn't you?" And I immediately exclaimed, "Yes, I did hear it." And my dad, clearly as confused about it as I was, said, "I don't know what to make of that. It's just so strange and coincidental. I thought maybe only I heard it. How did the dog know the phone was about to ring?" My uncle's been gone for 15 years now. His dog is also long gone. Once in a while, my dad and I will tell the strange story of what happened with the dog. It's usually met with laughs and eye rolls. Even my mum, who was in the house when the dog first started to howl, claims she didn't hear it. My dad and I, however, are adamant it happened, and so glad we have each other to corroborate each other's story. Neither my dad nor I expressively claim something paranormal happened, but we also don't know what to make of it. I do believe in the idea of dogs being well tuned into the emotions of human beings. Dogs have been trained to sense when people are about to have seizures, when a person's blood sugar is low, etc. But to be a few kilometers away from their owner and feel their owner passing just doesn't seem like a normal doggy sixth sense. I'll also add, after my uncle passed away, we did experience a few weird things happening in the house. Our house was by no means old, historical, or spooky. It was built in the 80s, not too many owners before us, and was in total suburbia. We lived there for years with no inkling of anything bizarre happening. But my dad, mum and I all experienced a couple of weird things happen during the years after my uncle died. Sounds of footsteps, cabinets opening and closing, very strong, horrible smells coming and going. I was home alone once and heard someone open the front door and run up our wooden stairs. But when I looked, no one was there. None of us made much of it, blew it off as hearing things and just general house noises. We've all since moved out of the house, and none of us consider it to be anything but a normal house. We also understand the new owners of the house to be happy and not experiencing anything weird, but we certainly have never been able to explain what happened that night, with my uncle and his dog. When I was 6 years old, just around the time my grandfather had passed away, I was sleeping in my sister's room as mine was being redecorated. My bed was facing the open door that was just next to the top of the stairs, so you would see anyone come up. One night, I get this strange feeling and just cannot seem to sleep. I started playing Pokemon in my Game Boy Color. A few seconds later, I heard the bottom step of the stairs creak and quickly shut off the Game Boy, as I believed it to be my mum or stepdad coming up the stairs and didn't want to get in trouble. I lay down with my head facing the door to see who it was and if they were coming in to check on us. As the person reaches the top step, I see a black cowboy-shaped hat appear and come up the stairs. As the figure reaches the top step, it's a tall shadow figure with what appears to be a trench coat, cowboy hat, and popped collar. The atmosphere in the room changes and I'm almost frozen in place, staring at this figure. I continue to stare and shortly after, it looks into the room and its red, beaming eyes make contact with mine. It felt like it almost had a snug smile as it walked in the direction of my room being renovated and my parents' room. A few days later, in my newly renovated room, I had obtained my granddad's Commodore 64 and was playing around with a relative. I look over at the white door and there's just a black shadow on the door in the same shape as the figure. I move around to see if it's my shadow and ask my relative to do the same. The shadow doesn't move. We turn the lights on to my room and off a couple of times and it eventually fades. We moved out of that house shortly after my granddad passed, and in my teens I told this story to my mother, who turned pale. To not frighten me when I was younger, she recalled doors slamming behind her upstairs and footsteps running up and down the stairs. The house is where I also encountered seeing my granddad after he passed. He'd often come to the gate of the garden on his way back from work to say hi, and I recall seeing him stand there one final time after he passed and just smiling at me. I turned around to shout for my mum and looked back to him being gone again. I had constant nightmares in that house and always felt a negative atmosphere. A few months ago, I told this story to my significant other and decided to look up what I saw, and was shocked to see what I described had been seen by so many others. My question is, has anyone else had anything similar? Has anyone met the Hat Man? I've had 2 incidents now where I've seen some sort of figure peeking at me from behind an object. I was somewhat willing to write it off at first, since nothing else has ever happened in my current home, and nothing happened since the first time I saw it about 4 months ago. That is, until last night, when something appeared to be peeking at me again from the same location where I saw it the first time. For a little more context, I'll describe each instance and how the entity looked below. First time, as I was exiting my bathroom, I saw it staring at me intently from behind a skinny, tall lamp I have next to the bathroom door. It appeared to be a woman with long, stringy black hair and no eyebrows, with a stare that conveyed either anger or extreme focus. However, I could only see the top part of her head and face. Her head was positioned at an inhuman angle, and I know that no person could have actually peered at me from behind that lamp the way the entity did. Not to mention that no one else was home at the time. Needless to say, I screamed and jumped away when I saw it, and when I turned back around, she was gone. Second time, last night. My bed is positioned towards the bathroom, the same corner where I saw it the first time. I was trying to get to sleep, and my knees raised as I stared blankly ahead of me until I fell asleep. Then, from the side of my knee, a shadow figure moved into my vision and peeked over at me from the exact same angle the first one did. I couldn't make out its features very well, since this time my room was mostly dark, whereas when I first saw it, my room was brightly illuminated. But it had a similar shape to the thing I saw a few months ago. I didn't feel intense fear this time, since my partner was sleeping next to me, and I wasn't alone like the first time. So I've been wandering around my town, chasing these buggers for about 2 hours now. If they wind up being weird military aircraft and I'm delusional, then at least I've gotten some good exercise. It started on my commute home from work. I got about halfway through the 20-minute walk, and at roughly 10 past 10, I saw these two flying objects that were blinking red and white. Didn't think much of it, as I live near an airport. That was until I saw them fly toward each other, hover for a moment, and then depart in opposite directions. It's something I'd never seen drones or planes do before and got me mad suspicious. I began following one of them, and it kept varying between moving very quickly, slowing down, and hovering mid-air. I kept on the tail of that one up until I saw two more on the opposite end of the horizon. I began chasing them down, one by one, trying to get videos and keep notes on what I'd seen. The main thing that spooked me, aside from the weird movements, was the oblong shape of them. They were just far enough visually that I could only really see the shape through the horizontal row of blinking lights, of which there were 3 on each flying object. Each one would blink the same pattern, the red lights flashing one after another and then a white flash at the end, occurring uniformly every few seconds. I only saw them do bizarre movements a handful of times, otherwise I was chasing them as they sped by. There were at least 5 of them throughout my entire voyage all around the town. I would truly love to believe they were just regular aircrafts, but everything about them was weird. I took a couple of videos, but they don't do my case any justice because my camera can't shoot well in the dark. If anybody can point me in the right direction of what aircrafts might do that, flight pattern or just anything, please. It's been taunting me all night. So in 2017, I left my apartment to wait outside to be picked up by my mom. I locked the door to my apartment, and with perfect timing, the elevator showed up to get me without having to push the call button. It was weird enough timing that I hesitated to get on the elevator. The first floor was also already pressed before I got on the elevator. So I snapped this photo, which does not in any way represent my reflection, other than the fact that the ghost also seems to be on a phone or something. The following is what I find weird about the photo. I'm a mixed-race Filipino female with long black hair, and my hair was down that day. I usually wear it down when I leave the apartment. The photo looks to me like a male in a work jumpsuit or uniform, like a cleaner or maintenance guy would wear. Or maybe blue scrubs, because I live across the street from a hospital. He also appears to have short, clean-cut hair, maybe even a buzz cut. It was very polite of him to get the elevator. You know he was raised right. I was wearing a red, low V-neck blouse and hoodie off my shoulder and open. No coat, because I prefer hoodies. A little bit of red material is visible and bunched up in the bottom of the photo. I think that must be my boob, actually, because it was a one-handed photo. I was resting the bottom of the phone on my boob to stabilise the camera. I was also either wearing a maxi skirt or leggings, because that's all I ever wear for like 5 years. A piece of my grey sling backpack is seen in the bottom edge of the photo, but not on the reflection. You should be able to see it slung on my shoulder and sitting on my upper abdomen in the reflection. There was a gift in my other hand. I was taking a photo one-handed, while the reflection seemed to be 2 hands on the phone. I should also mention that I was doing a lot of occult and spiritualist experimentation around that time. Also, I was biking through the park every night at 5 AM, right before the sun comes up, next to the hospital a lot, so maybe it was attached to me from that. I noticed some of the streetlights would dim or go out when I passed under them, sometimes around that time. I wasn't doing cleanses nearly often enough, as a spirit later brought to my attention. I remember it yesterday while talking to my mom. I was at a sleepover with my best friend in the 6th grade. I'm currently a senior in high school, so this was about 6 years ago. Due to me being a boy and my friend being a girl, we had to sleep in separate beds. She told me I could have her bed, and she would sleep on a bed in a fort. That didn't bother me, so we got settled and went to bed. A few hours later, I was lying in bed watching YouTube when I heard her bedroom door crack open. What? I sat up on the bed and looked at the crack in the door, and I saw 2 white dots that looked like eyes. I swear my heart skipped a beat. I stared at them while my eyes adjusted to the darkness. When they fully adjusted, I saw the silhouette of a person standing there and the white dots where the eyes would be. For some fucking reason, I decided to talk to it. Close your eyes. Yes, I actually said that. Right after I said it, the white dots disappeared. I freaked out and jumped out of bed, slamming the door shut. My friend jumped up and stared at me. She asked me what the fuck I was doing, and I told her what I saw. She called bullshit, and I told her I was dead serious. She told me to prove it, so I told her to get her glasses on and follow me. We walked out of her room and into the kitchen that was connected to the living room. I stopped in the kitchen when I saw the thing standing next to the TV, halfway between the bookshelf that was in there. I didn't even have time to react when I heard my friend say, "What is that?" I said that's what I saw, and she said, "I know, but what is it?" I told her I didn't know. The next time I blinked, it was gone. My friend and I ran into her mum's room and woke her up, telling her what we saw. She said it was creepy, and she didn't want to hear about it. We never found out what it was. My dad passed away very suddenly in December while I was staying at his house with him. He'd asked me to come stay with him because he really wasn't feeling well. Then I found he passed away the next morning. When he was alive, I remember we once had a very bleak conversation about he who believed there was nothing after death. We just ceased to exist. I was pretty upset at this notion, as I'd always believed that there was something after this, because I've always had a closer connection to the other side and I've had many experiences with spirits. He ended up promising me, in the end, that he would come let me know if there was something after this someday, if there really was, and I agreed to do the same. A few days after he passed away, I was in the house trying to distract myself by playing some video games, and I started falling asleep in my chair while playing. I have narcolepsy, so it's pretty common for me to pass out in random places, and when my dad was alive, it was pretty common for him to wake me and get me to move to a more appropriate location. While dozing off, I felt my glasses literally fly off of my face. They landed about 3 feet away from me. I got up and grabbed them, sat back down and said out loud, Okay, I'll go to bed. Just let me get my guy back to my base, because I pretty instinctively felt that it had to be him. So I start playing again and inevitably start passing out again. This time, I felt a series of distinct taps on my shoulder, which immediately startled me awake, and I turned off the game and went to bed. A couple of weeks later, I had another very similar experience. I started falling asleep at my dad's desk while using his computer and was woken up by a series of taps and touches, 3 or 4 times, before I finally got up and went to bed. The third time this happened was about 2 weeks ago, and it was the most remarkable time. I started dozing off, and I felt someone touch the back of my neck and my shoulder. I didn't get up and started falling asleep again for a second time, and this time I felt a hand run through my hair. And again, I startled awake and fell back to sleep. When I started dozing the third time, I very clearly and distinctly heard my dad say, "Ali." It was so clear and so obviously his voice. I fully expected to see him next to me when I turned around, but of course, there was nothing there. I think in that state, between being awake and fully asleep, we must be easier to reach. That, or my tendency to pass out in a chair is still annoying the crap out of my dad in the afterlife. I'm pretty certain my dad kept his promise from all those years ago. I bought a little voice-activated recorder in case I'm lucky enough for him to do this again. I've tried to intentionally fall asleep at my desk with the recorder there in hopes he'll get annoyed and try to wake me again. But I think he knows I'm onto him. I keep catching glimpses of him and his cat that passed away not long before he died in the house. I suspect that perhaps his death being so sudden, combined with him perhaps being worried about my daughter and I, having found him after he passed, has kept him here in his house. At the very least, he decides to visit us pretty frequently. Perhaps we just both need some closure and a chance to say goodbye before he moves on. It really does make the grief a bit more bearable, feeling so strongly that he's still around. How is a Ouija board used? Essentially, 2 or more people channel their energy into the planchette and determine who they'd like to contact in the realm of the dead. By opening the door, they now have the ability to have questions answered, or information given to them by spirits or demons at hand. No pun intended. Opening this portal could be dangerous and thus must be closed by saying goodbye on the board at the end of a session, giving yourself and the spirits closure to any sort of communication. References to Ouija in popular media. Here we have a list of a few sources of spookiness given to the board through movies or TV shows. Ouija boards have figured prominently in horror tales in various media as devices enabling malevolent spirits to spook their users. Most often, they make brief appearances, relying heavily on the atmosphere of mystery the board already holds in the mind of the viewer, in order to add credence to the paranormal presence in the story being told. What lies beneath includes a seance scene with a board. Paranormal activity involves a violent entity haunting a couple that becomes more powerful when the Ouija board is used. Another 2007 film, Ouija, depicted a group of adolescents whose use of the board caused a murderous spirit to follow them. While 4 years later, the Ouija experiment portrayed a group of friends whose use of the board opens and fails to close a portal between the worlds of the living and the dead. The 2014 film Ouija featured a group of friends whose use of the board prompted a series of deaths. The film was followed by a 2016 prequel, Ouija Origin of Evil, which also features the device. I Am Zozo follows a group of people that run afoul of a demon based on Pazuzu after using a Ouija board. The British singer Morrissey released a controversial single titled Ouija Board in 1989. The lyrics and the video of the song mockingly play with the idea of supernaturally contacting dead persons. A Ouija board is an early part of the plot of the 1973 horror film The Exorcist. Using a Ouija board, the young girl Regan makes what first appears to be harmless contact with an entity named Captain Howdy. She later becomes possessed by a demon. Why does the board speak to me? Well, in short, it doesn't. You speak to you. The Ouija board works on the well-documented ideometer phenomenon. The ideometer phenomenon is a psychological phenomenon wherein a subject makes motions unconsciously. Also called ideomotor response, or ideomotor reflex, and abbreviated to IMR, it's a concept in hypnosis and psychological research. It's derived from the terms ideo, idea or mental representation, and motor, muscular action. The phrase is most commonly used in reference to the process whereby a thought or mental image brings about a seemingly reflexive or automatic muscular reaction, often of minuscule degree, and potentially outside of the awareness of the subject. As in reflexes responses to pain, the body sometimes reacts reflexively with an ideomotor effect to ideas alone without the person consciously deciding to take action. The effects of automatic writing, dowsing, facilitated communication, and Ouija boards have been attributed to the phenomenon. The blindfold experiment. Recently, a working Ouija board being used by a group of people that had made contact with an entity was held under scrutiny. How, you may ask? The participants were simply blindfolded after using the board to receive clear answers from the spirits. Take a look and see what happens once their sight is taken away. Spoiler alert, the spirits lose all power, probably due to the board not being a portal to a different dimension. Keep in mind, this is all supposed to be a form of a seance. Let's touch on that next. Seances, the Philip experiment. In 1972, a blind experiment/study was performed to prove or disprove the ability to contact the dead under lab conditions. The experiment was conducted by a Toronto Parapsychological Research Society led by mathematical geneticist Dr. A.R. George Owen and overseen by psychologist Dr. Joel Whitten. The test group consisted of Owen's wife Iris Owen, former chairperson of Mensa in Canada Margaret Sparrow, industrial designer Andy H., his wife Lorne, heating engineer Al Peacock, accountant Bernice M., bookkeeper Dorothy O'Donnell, and sociology student Sydney K. Their goals were to create a fictional character through a purposeful methodology and then attempt to communicate with it through seance. The character created and agreed upon was named Philip Aylesford, referred to as Philip during the test. His fictional history partially coincided with actual events and places, but with multiple contradictions and errors. He was born in 1624 in England, had an early military career, and was knighted by the age of 16. He was involved in the English Civil War and became personal friends with Charles II, working for him as a spy. Philip was unhappily married to a woman named Dorothea, and later fell in love with a Romany girl who was accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake. In despair, Philip committed suicide in 1654 at the age of 30. The group was seated around a table with initial seances yielding no contact, no communication, and no phenomenon. Owen changed test conditions by dimming lights and changing the environment to mimic that of a more traditional seance. Participants began feeling a presence, table vibrations, breezes, unexplained echoes, and rapping sounds which matched responses to questions about Philip's life. At one point, the table tilted on a single leg, and at other times moved across the room without human contact. Although audio, video, and witness accounts document the paranormal phenomena, Philip never appeared to the participants. In conclusion, ghosts, demons, and spirits do not, have not, and will not ever come through a Ouija board or medium to contact us. This is a tested phenomenon, can be attributed to science, and is completely mundane. Don't worry, you playing with the board one night over some wine and candles is totally safe, and perhaps fun. Nothing can hurt you by doing it. I was stationed at a reserve squadron for helicopters for the Marines. I got there in 2011 and left in 2013 when my enlistment ended. When I got to the base, the first couple of days, a bunch of people at the squadron mentioned that the barracks, called dorms by the Air Force for the Marines, was haunted. I was told that a Marine had died in the barracks years ago due to alcohol poisoning while in the shower. People kept asking me if I had seen anything happen yet within a day or two. No idea if anyone ever actually died in that barracks or not. That's just the story that we were told. When I first got to my room, the only weird thing I noticed was that the main light in my room didn't work at all. The way my room was set up, there was a main light in the centre of the ceiling that provided the source of light for my room. The only other light in the barracks room was from the bathroom when it was in the back of the room. Since that light worked, I just kept the bathroom light on and kept the bathroom door open at night. For a few weeks, everything seemed totally normal. Until one day I got back from work to find a pool of water about 2 feet wide had formed in the centre of my bathroom. My shower was not turned on or leaking. I checked the toilets and it was not overflowing, nor was the tank on top. The sink is actually outside the bathroom in the main room, so that couldn't have been what caused it either. The last thing I checked for was a leak in the ceiling of the bathroom, and I didn't see anything. This occurred a few times over the next few days. Due to the story about the death of a man in the shower at the barracks, I began to get a little creeped out. Then over the next few months, things began to get a little weird with more frequency. As I mentioned before, the light switch in my room did not work for several months when I moved into the room. I must have left the switch on the whole time, as one night I woke up to the disorientating flood of light in my room. The light in the centre of the room had turned on in the middle of the night. I was so confused at first as to what was going on, before I got up and turned the light off. I tried to turn it on again immediately after, and it didn't go on again. Over the next few days, I was finally able to get the main light working on a consistent basis. Once the light started working is when I began to really feel like things were happening I couldn't explain. After a few days of the lights working normally, they began to turn off and on their own. I would turn the lights off at night when I'd leave the room and come back to the light on. The lights would also now turn on in the middle of the night on their own when I'd turned the switch off before going to bed. The scariest events came in the summer of 2012 when I was taking a nap in my room at about 4 in the afternoon. I woke up suddenly with a jolt of adrenaline. After a second or two, the door to my room flew open. It wavered for a second and then slammed shut. That was the first time I actually was afraid of anything that occurred. The timing of me waking up, startled, then immediately using the door to fly open and slam shut is something I can't explain at all. In December of that year, I was promoted and given a new job in the barracks. That room had far less weird events. Only 2 incidents stand out from the time I moved into that room until I left in the summer of 2013. I left for a weekend trip to Los Angeles. Upon returning, I found every pair of shoes in my room placed in the centre of the room and in perfect alignment. I definitely didn't do that before leaving the room on Friday afternoon. The second involved the woman I was seeing at the time. She had told me before that she was sensitive to seeing and hearing things that most others couldn't. Take it for what you will if you believe those kind of things, but that's what she believes. She was staying the night in my room and woke me up in the middle of the night, saying that she wanted to switch sides of the bed because she could feel something looking at her from the bathroom. I never saw anything that might, or any other night in that room by myself, but I don't doubt she felt what she claims to. I was about 9 or 10 years old when I encountered my first ghost. There was a day where I had to spend the night at my grandma's house with my sister, while my mum and her boyfriend at the time went to a formal party. Quick backstory, we used to live with my grandma for a few years after my mom's divorce, so this is the same house we lived in before finding a house to move into, which was built between 1950 to 1970, so it's fairly old. There are 4 bedrooms in the house, 3 upstairs and 1 downstairs. The downstairs one being new, since there were 4 people living there after the divorce. When we arrived at my grandma's house, my sister called being downstairs since she was older and going through a "don't talk to me, just leave me alone" phase. So my grandma and I watched some TV upstairs while my sister was downstairs. Around 8 o'clock, my grandma went to bed, so I stayed up an extra hour before calling it a night. The bedroom that I stayed in was my old room, which had a window looking through the porch, which had 2 sliding glass doors going into it from the dining room and the 3rd bedroom, where my room was sandwiched between them. The porch also had 1 other door that led outside, but it was usually locked. As I was ready for bed, I turned on my side facing the window to the porch. Right before I turned the lamp off that was on the nightstand, I saw a tall, dark figure walk by the window on the porch. For some reason, my first thought that came to mind was, it's okay, it's just Grandpa. My grandpa died when I was 5 years old. I tried to shrug it off and make sense of what I saw, saying to myself it was just my sister or my grandma on the porch. The only problem with those theories was my grandma was too short to even reach the window, and the door to the basement could be heard from around the house, which hadn't opened since my sister went down there when we arrived. Another reason it wasn't either my grandma or sister was because the sliding glass door to the porch was very loud, and when you slid them open, considering the house was old. I didn't talk about the event to anyone until years later when I was a freshman in high school. I was in my English class where we were supposed to give presentations, but before we could, the power went out countrywide. Since most of the presentations were digital, we hung around and did activities, eventually leading to telling ghost stories where I told the time I saw my grandpa. Jumping to a few hours later, they let us go home early since they couldn't get the power working. My sister was a senior at the time, so we went home together. When we got home, the power at our house was also out, so my mom decided we should go to the movies and get lunch since it was almost noon. My mom, my sister, her friend, who came home from the Navy and surprised her, and myself went to see Captain America, Winter Soldier, and get hot dogs and other movie theatre food. Since it was noon on a weekday and the movie didn't start for another 40 minutes, we ate in an empty theatre with just the four of us. We talked about what we did during the blackout, leading me to tell about my encounter with Grandpa. I never expected to hear my mom say, "Oh yeah, I've seen him too." I asked her what she meant, and she went on to say that she saw him on 2 separate occasions after he died. Once in the front yard and once in the backyard. Note, my grandpa was wheelchair bound due to a leg amputation from diabetes, but on all occasions she said he was standing and it was clearly him. I knew my grandma and grandpa lived in that house for years. Even my mom did for a few years until after high school. Curious, I asked which room grandma and grandpa slept in before he died. My mom responded with, "The room that was yours. He always liked how warm it was in there." I'm in college now, and I moved back into my grandma's house to help my mom take care of her since she's in her 90s and has dementia. I haven't seen my grandpa since that night, but I think he stops by once in a while to check in on my grandma. About a year ago, my grandmother passed away, and my mom has her urn and ashes in her room now. I never experienced anything paranormal in my life until my grandmother's ashes were put in our home, but I do not think it's her causing the activity. About 2 or 3 months after she passed, weird things started happening in my room. Objects would fall over unexpectedly. I'd get strange feelings of someone standing right in front of me, but there'd be no one. As if I was staring into eyes that weren't there. They stayed at this level for a while. However, it started happening less when I was alone, and more of when I was with people or had company in my room. It wasn't just small objects either. At one point, I had 5 people in my room and my skateboard, which mind you, was put up well, I know this wasn't on my end, fell over in a very awkward manner. If it was gravity making the skateboard fall, it would have looked a bit different, but it looked like it was almost shoved down violently. The people in my room with me at the time got up and left my house, and I can't even lie, they haven't come back to my house once since. This continued and happened multiple times in front of multiple people. My girlfriend is one, and another is my best friend Nick. One night, Nick had decided to come over and we were running some split-screen zombies on my Xbox. We were pretty far into the game, when out of nowhere, my Black Ops 3 disc ejects from the Xbox and quits the game. At the time, Nick hadn't seen anything scary happen in my house, but I had told him and he was skeptical. Well, not anymore, because Nick was actually traumatized. He brings it up every time we hang out now. Neither of us were near my Xbox. I had no animals in the room. And let me also add, my Xbox is a Series S, which has buttons you have to actually click in, not touchscreen. Something had to have physically touched that eject button, and I still don't know what. After this incident, activity in my house got bad. Doors would slam. Random large objects around my house would fall. I'd see large black figures out of the corner of my eye in the doorways. Shit that was starting to make me uncomfortable. The thing is, at first I was welcome to a little paranormal activity from Nana, as I'm a pretty witchy person, and that doesn't bother me. To be able to communicate with a dead loved one is fascinating, and doesn't bother me in the slightest. However, this presence was starting to feel not so much like my Nana, and I was getting unnerved by it because it started to have a more sinister feeling. About a week after, doors start slamming in my house. I'm hanging out with some friends in my room, and my girlfriend asked me why there's a handprint on my ceiling. This instantly made my heart drop, and when I looked up, there was a dark, black, smudged handprint right above my bed, where I fucking sleep at night. This was no ordinary handprint, as it was bigger than my hand, and I have a decent-sized hand. All of the fingertips were spread out, almost like whatever left was crawling on my ceiling like Spider-Man. I'm a very clean person, and I didn't leave that handprint above my bed. It took me using bleach to wash it off. I scrubbed as hard as I could with water, and nothing. This is what led me to believe this wasn't my grandmother anymore, and now I need more information as to what this could be. The activity in my house has slowed down since I found the handprint. I talked very loudly and sternly in my room after it happened, and told whatever left this handprint to leave now, and that it wasn't welcome here. Since I did this, I haven't had anything particularly aggressive happen towards me, but my doors still shut themselves at weird moments, and I still feel the presence of things when I'm standing in my kitchen cooking, or I'm in my bed going to sleep. The only possible explanation as to what this entity is, to me at least, is something that was tied to my grandmother's father. I've heard a lot of stories about him being very weird. Like, one of my aunts told me she stayed with my grandmother once for a sleepover, and at 2 a.m, walked in my great-grandpa completely naked, reading the Bible, standing in the dark. I'm not sure if this could be his presence or something attached to him, maybe? My grandmother was very religious, and for something evil to attach itself to her would be odd. I'm not sure, but I need answers as to what this energy in my house is. My fiancé and I have decided to take our kids, my stepkids, on paranormal investigations. My stepson is interested in the technical and technological side of investigating, and my stepdaughter is interested in the spiritual side of investigating. They're 17 and 19 and have been interested in the paranormal for a while now and have wanted to have a go after watching various shows. My fiancé and I have decided that if it's something they want to do, then they will do it with us, safely and respectfully. I'm a witch and have experience with the different spiritual tools that can be used during investigations. My fiancé is an empath with a lot of experience with ghost hunting, thanks to his family. I think C is an empath too, or at least sensitive to energy changes around her. D is really into tech and how all the different tools work. We've even got some tools on order. The only drawback is I'm disabled and often need a wheelchair to get around, so that means ruined buildings and remote locations are out of the question. It's not like I can magically make my legs feel again. Does anyone have any experience with this? I don't want to take this away from them, and I want us to bond as a family. We only found out they existed before the corona lockdown in March. I've said that when we go, we'll be respectful to the energy that's there, whether residual or intelligent. We'll greet them with kindness and leave them with gratitude. As a pagan and witch, I believe that honouring the past is important, and we will not call anything that I'm not able to banish or release. My fiancé has had bad experiences with Ouija boards, but I'll be teaching them how to use one safely, like I will with scrying mirrors, tarot, crystal balls, and the technology we'll use to document our experiences. Though I think D will take to that side of things easier than I, as I'm not far off being a Luddite. I've been away from the scene in general for over 22 years, but just lately, without really wanting to, I get the feeling something isn't right. Not a local issue, UK, something much bigger. Evil is a human idea and label, but it's a darker and more off feeling or instinct. It's hard to explain to those that know it, as if something has shifted in a way that is not the normal stuff we deal with all the time. When my father died, I was 12. I searched for answers, and after abortive attempts by the local religious types who couldn't answer the plain and logical questions of a young boy, plus the priest was trying to get off with my mum, I started to explore all things esoteric. Came to my own self-taught conclusions, and life was good. Spent most of my time in the Midlands with a small group of like-minded but different people. A druid, a shaman, and an expelled Maggie from Ireland. We used to help clear areas and houses. It was fun. Life moved on, and I fell in love. Got married, and my wife became very ill. For the last 20 years, I've looked after her as a primary carer. I know some things other people do not, and others know things I do not. That's the way of the world. Just recently, though, things seem off. Sorry for using that term, but that's the best way to describe it. I have some concerns, but want to hear what people say before going into the details. Interestingly, as I was to type in some general observations, my computer froze up. That's not a normal occurrence. I spend a lot of time on this PC. It's my gaming, VR, and more serious stuff. It only unfroze once I decided to leave that for later. Interesting. I'm a very minor YouTube and Twitch person. Nothing is monetized. I do it as part of my therapy to help with being severely disabled. My wife died in 2018. She was a gamer like me. One of our favourite games was Star Trek Online. After she died, gaming and streaming became my outlet. So 9th of January 2021, afternoon UK time, I'm doing my normal stream, playing Star Trek Online, blowing stuff up in a mission, and I notice a ship that I like using cannons and get all excited with the idea of creating one using my Klingon character voicing that idea. And my wife answers me on the stream live. No, it wasn't in-game audio. Checked by an audio engineer, 400 MHz range. Her voice is definitely coming from inside the room with some sound artifacts. Recorded by my mic at 2020, not by my game or PC audio. And I heard it through my open back headphones, not noise cancelling. I can hear my room quite clearly. No hi-fi or item in the room that could cause it. I've been in self-isolation for the last 12 months because no one else has been in my house. If you watch the dog on my lap in the clip, she looks in the direction off to the side that the sound came from. Not the first time I've seen and heard a lot of stuff since my wife's death, but this was the first time it was caught live on a stream, and my normal analytical thinking can't just call on audible hallucinations or other things. Also, the voice is as near as we can tell from an old sample. My wife's voice and just the kind of thing she would comment on. She did like to answer with M&Ms. Not Siri. Checked while Siri could have replied to the, in theory, recognised it as, "Hey Siri." My iPad was upstairs at the time, but I did run tests. So to start this off, I'll give some background information. When I got done with high school, I only got accepted into a few small colleges. So I decided to choose one that was very small, and it was about 15 to 20 minutes to the nearest town. To say the least, it was definitely creepy moving in freshman year because I was all alone, and I didn't know anyone. I was a firm believer of aliens, as I had done much research on Roswell, as well as Gettysburg and Kenneth Arnold's sighting. However, ghosts and spirits were nothing to me. I simply didn't think they were real. I always thought people would play tricks to get one to believe. Throughout the first semester of my freshman year, nothing out of the ordinary happened. I explored campus at night with one of my friends, later realising that this was a horrible idea. There was a graveyard/cemetery on campus, and this is a small Catholic college, and there were nuns that lived there. When they would pass away, they'd be buried in the cemetery. At the start of the second semester, I was busy with the sport that I was in. However, it kept me busy. That and schoolwork. However, when my season was over, we had about 2 months of school left. I was very excited to finally have some free time, so I decided that I was going to take a few trips home. One Thursday afternoon, my roommate said that he was going to head home, meaning that I would have the room to myself for the rest of the night and Friday. I was excited because I could have some friends in the room and not worry about bothering him. Around 11:30 that night, I decided that I was going to bed because it was nice and quiet. When I lay down, I was almost asleep when I heard my name being screamed. I flew out of bed and ran to the door just to see no one there. I immediately searched the entire room and bathroom, however no one was in the room. I flagged this off as nothing and lay back down. As I was laying there, I developed this horrible, uneasy feeling. It was as if someone was watching me. Nevertheless, it scared the crap out of me. The next morning, I woke up confused. I said screw it, packed my bags and headed home. After driving 20 minutes into town to get gas for my 2-hour trip home, I was finally ready. After about 30 minutes on one of the main highways I took to get home, I looked in my rearview mirror and saw this horrific lady in my back seat. As unsafe as it was, my mind shifted into panic mode and I slammed the brakes on. Turned around and no one was there. It was as if she vanished into thin air. About 2 or 3 miles down the road, I looked up in my rearview mirror again and I saw the same lady. Again I turned around and nothing was there. I found it quite odd that I saw this, and of course no one believed me until I told a future co-worker about my story, and he had similar stories around campus that were definitely creepy. This was just a start into my paranormal life. It seems as time has gone on, I've begun to see more and more. I've been trying to reconcile this for many years, and reading other stories makes me comfortable enough to share this experience. I've always believed in ghosts and have heard stories, legends, and personal recounts from a very young age. I read all the books about ghosts, watched ghost hunting shows, and love going on ghost walks. I consume this content mainly because I just like the stories, not necessarily because I want to experience something. That being said, I'm definitely critical of ghost stories, and I understand that most have natural explanations, or are just fiction. In my life, I've had 2 experiences that I deem as paranormal, one of which bothers me much more than the other. About 10 years ago, I was on my family's trampoline in my backyard. I was around 12 at the time. I'm 21 now. It was around 6 p.m. on a summer evening. From the trampoline, I could see the windows to what is now my room, and the small bathroom adjoined to it. I happened to glance up and see my mom standing in the bathroom window watching me, wearing white. Not like a big wedding dress, more like a nightgown or shirt with lace. I thought it was kind of weird, because I thought she was still out running errands, and normally she'd just stand on our back porch if she wanted to watch me on the trampoline. Thinking she was maybe just looking for me, I hopped off the trampoline and went back inside. My dad and brother were in the living room, and I asked them if my mom had gotten back yet. Both said no. I looked in the garage. Her car isn't there. I walk back to said bathroom. Nobody there. In the 10 or so years that have passed, I've never seen her again. I've tried so hard to convince myself my eyes were playing tricks on me, or that there's some other natural explanation. But I can't. I brought this up to my mom because she grew up in this same house, and she told me when she was a child she had seen the same woman, once in her room and once outside. My grandmother, who passed, now also had an experience with this woman, but for the life of me I can't remember the details. We all just agreed that it's our guardian angel, but I'm still kind of bothers me because I now sleep in the room with that bathroom. I can see the same window from where I'm sitting right now. A couple of years ago, my dear friend who I was very close with passed away suddenly due to a short illness. It was very sudden, and he was only in his early 20s. A couple of weeks after his passing, I experienced a few things. Firstly, as I was trying to fall asleep, a strong beam of light entered my window. I thought that it could have been a headlight, maybe the moon or a security light, but as I looked out of the window, I saw no light source. just the reflection of a strong light shooting across my room. It was there for around 10 minutes and then slowly faded away. That same night, I woke up suddenly at around 3 a.m. I'm not sure what woke me up, but within 2 minutes of me being awake, my door slowly opened and there's an object in my room that was freestanding randomly fell. There were also some rustling noises. I hid under my covers as I was actually pretty scared. I tried to tell myself that the freestanding object may have just been unsteady, and maybe I didn't shut my door properly, but it was all such a coincidence that it happened as I woke up. Not long after, I experienced a dream like I've never had before. I was by a river on a clear sunny day, but it felt like it was floating, like it was above the clouds. I was surrounded by my best friend's family and we were all just chatting to each other. One of the family members said, "He's ready for you now." So I walked towards what looked like a pier. My best friend was there. He said, "I'm saying goodbye." And he wrapped his arms around me. He had the most warm hugs. I always felt so safe when he hugged me, and in that dream, I felt a strong sense of feeling safe. We sat and cuddled for a while, and then he said he had to go. I cried, but understood. I've never dreamt about him since, nor have I had any weird things happening in my room. I want to believe that that night it was him trying to say goodbye, but noticed it scared me. It would explain the falling object, as he was extremely clumsy. One main memory I have of him is when he went to a festival and he fell into someone's tent. That was just typical behaviour from him. He was a gentle giant, and I knew that he would have done everything to say his goodbyes in a way that didn't frighten me. So he visited me in a dream instead. It's a relief that I feel he's passed on, and happy and comforting, knowing I got to say goodbye to him. This happened back when I was around 9, and my sister was around 14. I'm 25 now, but I still think about it every once in a while. Just a preface beforehand, the first part of this is kinda just a creepy encounter that might have led into the second part. Part 1. My sister and I were awake watching Toonami, back when that was a thing, and everyone else was either sleeping or working. We were both lazy kids, so when someone stomped up the stairs and slammed on our door, we did the typical rock, paper, scissors to decide who would check the window. We were also very dumb apparently. I lost and ended up checking the peephole and saw a maybe 19-year-old girl outside who looked really panicked. I stupidly opened the door and asked what she wanted, and she said someone had broken into her house. She heard her fence outside getting broken, and her dogs that were barking suddenly stopped, so she ran. We were the only people who answered the door, so she asked to use our phone. Neither of us had cell phones, so I looked at my sister and she shook her head. I took her house phone anyways, and the weird part starts here, because she kind of just looked at it and then handed it back and looked panic again, said thank you, and started running again. We had a front porch that had a door on the front and side, and I answered the side door. This is important for my theory, because she ran around the porch and down the stairs from the front door. Part 2. We lived in that house for another year or two after the Part 1's incident, and I used to love sleeping out in the living room so I could sneak some nighttime cartoons in before bed. A few months after Part 1's incident, I started feeling super uneasy while in the living room. That got even worse when every night at around the same time, 10 p.m, I would hear running footsteps on the porch outside that would always loop from the side door, down the stairs, in front of the front door. After a week of hearing that every night, I ended up sleeping in my grandparents' room on the opposite side of the house, because my room was still right next to the porch and I could still hear it. We moved from there and I'd kind of forgotten about it. Then my grandpa, who would watch sci-fi out in the living room sometimes when he couldn't sleep, mentioned the running footsteps, because we were talking about other possible paranormal stuff. My sister had also heard them, but she apparently didn't ever associate the two things like I did. That led me and my sister telling him the story of the girl, and me realising that we might have been the last people to see her. I mentioned that, and my sister looked up deaths in that area around that time, which is around 16 years ago now. And the weirdness of the situation grew, because she said she couldn't even find a break in our area, and the girl wasn't very winded, so she couldn't have been that far away. I don't know if it all links up, or if we were all just paranoid, and some fat raccoons were just running along the porch. It just sticks with me, because if my whole theory was right, then I always wonder if there's more we could have done to help. Also, there might be some missing bits, so if you have questions, feel free to ask. And yes, I know, it's dumb that we neither talked to the police after, or told our family. But in my case, I was scared of getting in trouble for answering the door at night, considering I wasn't supposed to answer it at all. Growing up, I never had an interest in dolls. I remember my mom buying me the newest dolls, even limited edition ones, but they never caught my attention, until I saw them. My grandmother is a collector of haunted things, but she keeps them in the attic, except for 7 antique dolls. My grandmother says that her grandfather was a businessman and travelled a lot. On one of his trips, he met a very strange woman. She gave lodging to my great-grandfather, and according to my grandfather, the woman was not mentally well, since she was normally very anxious and afraid of everything. She said that she had 7 beautiful daughters, but the strange thing is that my grandfather never saw them. But according to the woman, they were really gorgeous girls, but they don't go out. You know the word, curiosity killed the cat? Well, that happened to my great-grandpa, but he didn't die. Well, yes, but not on that occasion. It was his last day in there. In the morning, he saw that the woman left, so he decided to see his daughters since people said that the lady had had them captive. So we went looking for the girl's room. It was an old Victorian house of 3 floors, and at the 3rd floor there was a pink door. Of course, that looked like a girl's room, so he decided to open the door, and what he saw left him traumatized. 7 baby cribs, and inside them 7 beautiful porcelain dolls dressed in silk. My grandfather was scared to see the room full of baby things and clothes. It was so pink. Like the boy's crazy, right? The crazy lady rumours were true. He soon knew the truth. She used to have 7 daughters, but she lost them in a fire accident. She's been traumatized since then, so she went to a witch to make an exact replica of his daughters in dolls. Coming back from work, ready to grab his things, he found the house on fire. He couldn't do anything. The woman was inside, but the fire was really big at that point. He managed to turn it off, but everything was gone. The woman was found dead next to the 7 dolls. They were intact. They didn't have any scratches or burns. Their clothes looked like new, and their hair was well combed. He decided to take the dolls with him and gave them to Grandma. According to her, the dolls always changed positions and liked to be in front of the window. Over time, I order a window ledge where the 7 dolls are so far away. The only dolls that interest me are the ones that I will inherit in the future. I was going to talk about how I got the Barbie Ouija, but I think the stories are more interesting than the Ouija, since in that nothing out of the ordinary happened. My paternal grandmother died of Alzheimer's several years ago, when I was around 18 years old. I had a hard time dealing with the mental decline, because at the time, my bipolar and ADHD symptoms were greatly worsening, and I was unable to get treatment that helped. And I'd just be uncomfortable around her when we went to visit her in the memory care facility, which made me feel guilty. The last time I saw her conscious and awake, I didn't get to hug her because she had snapped at us and went on a nonsensical tirade about her dog being taken from her and was escorted away by hospital staff. I felt horrible about it because I wanted her to remember me in a positive way in her last moments, if she remembered me at all. She loved me and my brother so much when she was able to. I got a job at a pizza place a year after that, and when I was still sort of new, at my job. We got a carry-out order for a customer who was in the early stages of dementia. She had asked me to carry her pizza out to her car because she sometimes has trouble remembering what she's doing. But we had more orders after her, so I forgot to take it out to her and just placed it in the warmer and waited for her to come inside. She came into the store to check on her order, and I realised what she had asked me to do and apologised to her. She shook her head, looked me straight in the eyes and said, very seriously and with a familiar tone, "It wasn't your fault. I forgive you." It felt like it was intended to refer to a much higher mistake than just leaving someone's pizza in a warmer for 10 minutes. And the look on her face was exactly the one my grandma had when she was comforting me as a kid. I immediately started crying and told her she reminded me of someone I had lost. And she winked and told me everything was okay before leaving with her food. After that, I never saw her again, even after working there every single week for more than 2 years. Yesterday, my parents and I were looking for a film to watch, and we settled on The Grudge. With all the spirits and entities in it, my mum and I began discussing strange things which have happened to us. For example, stuff like footsteps we've heard. I live in an old hamlet, and up the road from me is an old manor. My dad is a history buff, and when I was little, we were driving home at night, and he stopped the car to look at it. I was in the back of the car, and about a minute or so after we had stopped, I look out the window, and a figure began to rise up in the dark. It wasn't a very dark night, and the headlights were somewhat lighting up the hedge. But this black figure rose up from the darkness against the hedge, facing my window. He had a helmet on, like a British World War I soldier's helmet. I was absolutely terrified at this point, and I was screaming at my dad to drive. He drove off and we went home, but it's always stuck with me. The manor near me is very old, like it dates back to the 10th century, and I know historically people have died there. It's documented online and in local history books. I researched it for a few years back and discovered a medium there. She said she felt or saw a woman waiting for her son to come back from the war, and her son walks the road leading to the manor, searching for his mother. It's always stuck with me, as I was only 6 or 7 when it happened, and I've had other experiences since, like hearing loud footsteps in my home. I can't check the source again, but like many other towns and villages, my parish lost many people during the war, and we have a war memorial near the church. When I was a kid, I had this really weird imaginary friend. He wasn't a friend at all, actually, but to this day, I have no idea how to fully describe him or his role in my life. I don't know if it was my imagination or if this was a thing. He would just watch me play. And I mean, that's it. This thing would loom over my shoulder, nearly against my back, and nothing else. We wouldn't play together, and he wouldn't talk to me. I never once heard his voice. He'd show up every once in a while, sometimes more than others, but I only ever knew he was there because I could feel him like a pressure at my back and see movement out of the corner of my eyes. I never even called him. I had other imaginary friends, people that would play house with me or do other regular imaginary friend things. I could look at them and chat with them like typical kids do. This guy was different. The most different thing about him were the rules. 1, I wasn't allowed to look. If I knew he was there, standing behind me, I was not allowed to look at him. I was so petrified of looking at the accident that I'd say, "I'm going to turn now," so that he could never say I tried to sneak a look on purpose. Sometimes I'd forget, and I'd turn and catch a glimpse of a shadow. I'd apologise for not saying anything and hope he'd forgive me. 2, I wasn't allowed to tell. I knew I couldn't talk about him, but I never understood why. All I knew was that if I spoke about him to anyone, something bad would happen. One day, I just knew these rules and knew if I broke them, that there'd be big consequences, but I never knew what those consequences were. I didn't even think to imagine what they were. I just knew that if I followed the rules, I'd be okay, and that if I broke them, things wouldn't be. He came round for a few years on and off, until one day he stopped. He stuck around way past the time where I had any other imaginary friends. This was during a time where I'd be overcome with periodic feelings of intense paranoia. Paranoia was so strong, it was all I could do to close the doors and get my back against the wall, or jump in bed and bury myself under the covers. I knew he wasn't an actual person, because he only showed up when I was alone, and sometimes only for minutes at a time. He didn't come through a door or anything. Once, I could feel he was gone. I could turn around and nothing would be there. The only way I could make sure he wouldn't show up was if I played with my back right up against the wall. I didn't try to keep him away most of the time and didn't really question why he was there. I'd talk to him, but he'd never respond. Just watch. I'm an adult now, but my parents still live in that house. It sounds weird, but the whole house is uncomfortable at night. Sometimes I still get that panicked feeling, like a cornered animal, but only there and only at night. I've never had any other experiences anywhere else. I've taken to smoke cleansing the room I sleep in when I visit, and that made everything a million times more bearable. When I was around 19, I was staying with my parents for a few weeks. At that point in my life, my childhood room was exactly as I had left it at 17. Bed beneath the window, a corkboard to my left, and a bookshelf to my right. The layout here is important because when laying in bed, you can turn your head and the bookshelf stares you right in the face. I'd started winding down for the night and had already turned the lights off and laid down. But for some reason, I couldn't close my eyes and go to sleep. I kept looking at my bookshelf in the dark. The top shelf. The moon must have been bright because I could see the general outline of everything in the room. Books on the shelf, trophies collecting dust, outlines of pictures tacked on the wall. I chalked it up to anxiety or something. I moved around and tried to settle on my left side, which is the side I usually sleep on. But I couldn't bear to turn my back on the bookshelf. I kept looking, glancing and shifting until I settled on just sleeping on my right side for the night. But my eyes kept opening, glancing at the top shelf, over and over again. Just books. I couldn't think of why I was having this problem. I've never struggled to fall asleep. My mom was the kind of woman that told you to close your eyes and fall asleep when you're scared. So sleep is as much a coping mechanism for me as a biological need. But for the life of me, I couldn't close my eyes for longer than it took to blink before looking right back at the shelf. That's when I started to see it. A cat perched on the shelf. But it wasn't like a regular cat. It was like someone had punched out a ragged cutout of a cat, and all that was left was a pitch black hole. I genuinely thought I was just making shapes in the dark, but I looked away and then looked back. The cat was still there, perched right on top of the shelf. I told myself, "You're just making shapes. Close your eyes and go to bed." But my eyes wouldn't let me. That's when the barking started. My parents have a pit mix that's pretty big and pretty bold. He's a lovely dog, but he has the loudest bark I've ever heard. He started going off in the crate, his barks going from normal barks to desperate cries. I'd never heard a dog cry like this. He was throwing his body against the crate in the hall, yipping and whining and sobbing like he needed to escape. I came out of my room, thinking maybe he needed to go out and pee. Since he had only recently been house-trained, before I got up, I glanced back at the shelf one last time. The cat had moved. It looked ready to jump, and I decided not to indulge this self-made shadow anymore. I bolted up and made my way to the hall. My parents had the same idea I did, and stepped out of their room just as I stepped out of mine. The minute the doors opened, the crying got worse. It was so loud, we had to nearly shout to hear each other. We decided to let him out of the crate to see if he'd run to the door to go outside.
But for the longest moment, he refused to move, just cried and yipped and barked. And then he bolted right out of the crate. We expected him to run down the stairs, but instead, he turned to me and kept barking, deafening barks. I remember saying, "What's wrong? Want to sleep with me tonight?" I tried coaxing him toward me. At first, I thought maybe he thought I was a stranger. I didn't live in the house and only visited 2 or 3 times a year. Maybe something about me felt off to him. I took a step closer, palms out, like he would any dog. That's when he sprang in front of me, so he was between my body and the open door behind me, just barking and barking, like he'd never be calm again, right into my empty room. Then all of a sudden, nothing. He just stopped barking and crying. His hackles went down and he finally turned to me, calm, like he hadn't spent the past 10 minutes going nuts. He then went back into his crate, like nothing had happened, and it was time for bed. My parents and I were dumbfounded. What the hell was that? But he was calm, so we shrugged and said goodnight again, closed the crate and went back to our rooms. When I laid back down, I looked at the top shelf one last time. The cat was gone. As I began to sleep around 1 to 1:20 a.m., I felt so surreal, like I was entering a different plane of existence, yet that which resembles reality as we know it to be. I was surrounded by kind, warm, and ethnically diverse people who all tried to console all the fever, chills, and pain I was feeling in person. I think this was just my still, mostly conscious brain processing the literal warmth of my blanket and throwing in contrast to how cold I felt. This much made sense, and I can't quite remember what happened afterwards. However, I recollect a vivid memory of me debating the meaning of what it means to truly be, like this void-like shadowy entity. A shadow would imply darkness, thus fear, but it wasn't fear I felt, but benevolence. Almost like whatever this mental construct was, approved of my view on what I consider real, and what simply is. It wasn't exactly a debate. It felt as if I was the only one talking, but I sensed vague gestures of approval from the other end. Nothing visual about this shadowy thing was clear. I remember asking, what's the purpose of one's death if life itself had no meaning? Shouldn't there simply be no such thing as death, but only everlasting existence if there truly is no meaning to any of this? I can't quite clearly put this into words, as it was more of a feeling than a tangible statement. But I thought to myself, existence as I know is just a search for an already known truth we all share. And that it's our superficial ways that hinder us finding something so obvious. Something became so clear to me that I was forced to wake up. And the single thought I had was, how did I not know something so obvious as the fact that death is not an answer to what is the purpose of life? Nor is it meant to be something to fear. Instead, I think only when we die can we learn the true meaning of life. And everything else is just a pursuit to find this answer. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope there's more to us than just trying to figure out exactly why we are. I have no idea what prompted me to think and experience any of this, nor did I recollect any experience with the shadow entity until I began to deeply think about this. Currently, it's 6:31 a.m, and I've spent about 45 minutes trying to put together anything I can remember. To clarify, I don't think this was a religious experience, although I do consider myself agnostic, therefore a believer in some force of being much beyond that I can comprehend. Instead, I think this was just a candid talk I had with what I assume to be my inner subconscious. Maybe something like a lucid dream, as I don't think I fully entered a deep sleep. Around 2008 to 2012, in my early 20s, I'd spent many weekends after a long week at work, chilling out with my best friend and my older cousin, doing the typical kind of things that bored young men do after a hard week at work. Listening to music, jamming together on instruments as we all played in bands, going out drinking, and smoking quite a lot of herb. We also would sometimes combine said activities with another hobby of ours, going on long walks and hanging out in the woodlands and countryside that surround our town, picking a spot and listening to music while sinking beers and smoking joints and talking about whatever. Always considered it a blessing that a 10-minute walk in any direction out of town would take you out to scenic views of rolling hills and woodlands, for miles upon miles as far as the eye could see. We had one particular spot in a woodland that's on the edge of town. Our chosen hangout was a stroll just off the woodland track, about 5 minutes into the wood, where a bank rolled down to the edge of a stream. Nice and secluded, so we could smoke up and drink without attracting attention to ourselves, and very peaceful. So you could hear someone coming from miles away if they were to walk the track nearby. We came here many, many times and had great hazy weekend evenings together at our little hangout, where we'd often stay well into the night before heading back to the track and splitting off to our own homes once we reached the roads. One evening, that all changed, and we never went back anywhere near it getting dark again. I remember clearly that this evening we were enjoying each other's company as usual, and while I'd put a few beers away, I refrained from smoking this particular evening. I think I was coming down with a cold and didn't fancy it. So I knew that what happened was 100% real, and not imagined or amplified in my mind from the effects of smoking. It had started to get dark, and I remember laughing as my cousin had brought a bong with him. And he and my best friend get on with taking hits alternately, until at one point, my cousin got a bit of a tickler, as we jokingly called it, and was coughing and honking his lungs up from taking a rather large hit. I might add that our little area we were in was very dark by this point, and we would set a few candles up on the surrounding trees and rocks to light our spot up a little. We were positioned all sat on a log that was at the top of the bank of the stream, with our backs to the vast expanse of woodland that continued on into darkness behind us. My cousin is hacking his lungs up, and my best friend and I are now laughing at him, but a little concerned, until he reassured us he was alright, and his coughing fit subsided. As soon as a break in our conversation occurred, my cousin shot a look behind him into the woods suddenly and said, "Shh," very quietly, while staring off behind us. I could see the concerned look on his face as he squinted and watched as my best friend Ben followed his gaze and peered into the direction of my cousin Aidan was looking. All three of us are now sitting in complete silence, turned staring into the blackness. I whispered to Aidan, "Mate, are you just pranging out a bit? I don't see or hear anything," only to have my sentence cut off by a loud cracking sound in the direction we were all now facing. I know most people by now who read this are thinking it's a woodland. So sure, there are animals who are making the noises. But we all knew this ourselves and were familiar with the wildlife in this area. Something about this had a feeling to it though, like we were being watched. It wasn't a nice feeling at all, and even the occasional sound of a bird in the trees surrounding us had stopped, leaving us in silence. Aidan stood up slowly and said to us, "Put the candle out." And I could see the humour from earlier in the evening had completely vanished from the look on his and Ben's faces. Ben and I got up slowly without question and put the candles out, leaving us submerged in almost total darkness, except for the moonlight reflecting off of the water in the stream and the occasional beam breaking through the gap in the overhanging trees above us. We gathered our belongings back into our backpacks, and as we returned our view to the direction of the noise we had heard, Ben said he didn't like the feeling he was getting, and that we should leave and maybe call it a night. Just as we climbed back up the bank and turned left to head out the back of the track, another cracking noise cut through the night. Then another, but this time it sounded like it had come towards us a good few meters, and I could tell by this point from the volume of the sound that whatever it was quite heavy. We were all now walking single file, looking to our right in the pitch black of the woods where the sound had come from. One of us said, "What the fuck is that?" in a desperate but whispered tone, and my cousin snapped a branch off to a nearby tree and threw it full pelt into the direction of the sound. big fucking mistake. Something was clearly disturbed and came at us, heavily bashing the brush and low-hanging branches in its path as it increased its speed towards us. At this point, we all near enough shit ourselves, and without saying a word began running as fast as possible for the exit back onto the track out of the woods, which was around 100 meters or so away, tripping and stumbling due to our poor vision in the darkness. At one point, I remember I was running, and whatever the fuck this thing was running diagonally towards us, just beyond my vision to my rear right. And I could see and hear the trees and thicket being trampled by whatever it was. Then, the most terrifying thing happened. This thing made this noise that sounded like it revved up from a screech to a loud, deep roar that was deafening, causing us all to scream in terror. I remember the noise made all of the hairs on my body stand on end, and my vision tunneled into an absolute focus on the hole in the bushes that led back to the track. My legs went into hyperspace, and I covered the remaining distance and leapt out of the hole onto the track, behind Aidan and Ben, who had already turned to face me as I almost piled into them. I turned to look from where we had just came, and we all stared, gasping for breath, back into the woods. There was nothing. No sounds, and nothing emerged from the hole in the bushes. Dead silence. After a minute, we continued back to the road, looking behind us every few feet, paranoid out of our minds that whatever that thing was might reappear and come up behind us. We got to the road and stood under a streetlight. Fuck me. What was that? Ben said, eyes wide with a questioning look of utter horror. We all confirmed that we had no idea what the fuck this thing was, and that while none of us saw it directly, it was too big to be any of the animals we knew to live in those woods. Not a badger, a fox, or even a stag. But it definitely was not a person, because the sound it made was unlike anything a human could produce. We had heard foxes crying and stags and deer before many a time, especially during rutting season. This was definitely not any of those. No way. We had so many questions. Why was it stalking us? Why did it charge at us, when most animals would see 3 men all over 6 foot tall, and decides its odds weren't really in its favour if it chose to attack for some reason? None of it made sense, but we all knew that it 100% happened, and terrified us enough to feel our lives were truly threatened. We told our parents when we got home, and while many of them grew up in the same area and played in those woods as kids during the 60s and 70s, they all said the only odd thing they had ever heard of happening in there was as kids they were warned not to stay in the woods after dark, as the petticoat man would get them. This turned out to be a slightly fruity individual that would dress in women's clothing and flash those that came through the woods before running off. He was eventually either arrested or someone's dad kicked his head in, depending on who you asked. Ben never came back to the woods with Aidan and I again, insisting we could just hang out somewhere more open and well lit, and rightly so. Aidan and I returned to the woods one last time during the following week, around 3 p.m. And it being summer, the woods were well lit by the baking sun. We spent half an hour or so playing detective, but couldn't work out what the thing had been. We found a few crushed plants where it had run towards the track, but it wasn't conclusive enough to determine this thing had been the cause. The reason Aidan and I stopped going back at all was that during sharing a joint, Aidan looked at me and smiled and said, "Don't be obvious about it, but look behind me at the edge of the wood." And there, stood half hidden behind a tree, clearly watching us, was a man. It creeped me out a bit until I worked out that we were not small lads, and this guy wouldn't stand a chance taking both of us on, especially now we'd seen him. He just stood there, and I made deliberate eye contact with him, and he didn't move. Aidan turned to face him and said, "What are you doing over there, mate?" And I followed it by shouting, "Oh, you fucking weirdo, we can see you." At which point he stood out from the tree, froze for a second, and then ran out of the woods. I don't think the two incidents were related in any way, but we never went back there after that. I used to spend a lot of time with my elder cousin and my friends, exploring the countryside surrounding our town, drinking beers and just being young men up for adventures, and killing time together. On this one occasion during a summer around 2009 or 2010, my friend Woody had a girlfriend over from Sweden who brought along a female friend of hers. We all went to the pub on the edge of town, drank many beers, and as it was summer, left while it was still light outside. We decided to head back to my cousin's house, pick up some more beers, smokes, and acoustic guitars and head out to the fields to continue hanging out and making the most of the warm summer night. There were 6 of us present: Woody, Billy, my elder cousin Aidan, the 2 ladies, Celine and her friend, can't recall her name, and I. We headed under the rail bridge, climbed the gate to the field, and settled about halfway across with a clear view on all sides of us of the surrounding area. Not far off was a small power relay station, and beyond that, the field continued towards Woodlands. We started up a campfire and the beers were flowing. It was a lovely summer night, where the sky was a deep dark blue, and the stars and moon shone down on us, illuminating the ground. We amused ourselves making songs with ridiculous lyrics, and done the usual thing of trading amusing swear words and sayings with our Swedish friends. After a while, everyone was spread out in a circle around the fire, and we were talking at a low volume. Out of nowhere, a man walked right past our group. To which my cousin said, "Holy fuck! Shit, that dude made me jump," as he choked on his beer, and we all laughed as he had made all of us jump with his reaction. We were laughing at the situation for no more than 10 seconds, when Woody cut in with, "Whoa, where the fuck did he go?" as he looked around in the direction the man had walked. The man was nowhere to be seen. May I add that there really was no way this guy could have left the field so quickly without us hearing him climb the gate at the very least, or seeing him. It was too much of a distance from where we were sat, around the fire, to leave that field in that amount of time. We all stood up and were scanning the area around us, all in total disbelief that the man could have vanished. I asked the others if they saw what he was wearing, as all I could remember was he seemed to be wearing a dark grey hoodie, with the hood up, and I didn't see his face. Everyone confirmed the dark grey hoodie, but none of us saw the man's face, even though we almost walked right over where my cousin was sprawled out, at most a metre or so from him. We also confirmed that none of us heard or saw the man coming toward our group, even though we were in the middle of a field with clear visibility for miles. And we would have definitely heard someone walking towards us across the grass at the pace the man was travelling. We decided to put the fire out and leave, as this spooked all of us, because it just made no sense at all. I never saw Celine or her friend again, unfortunately, so I couldn't ask them if they remembered this. But I know my cousin and I would often talk about this, and both Billy and Woody remember it to this day. I'd never seen anything like it. There 1 second, and gone. When I was around 8 years old, my parents divorced, which resulted in my mum moving away and my sister, my dad and I moving to a new house across town. My dad still lives in the house. My sister moved away 12 years ago, and I only moved out of my dad's place just last year. When we moved into the house, I remember I had felt very uncomfortable about sleeping in my new bedroom. Something felt very unwelcoming about it, although it was just a normal bedroom in a house built in the 1960s. Due to this uncomfortable feeling, I'd sleep on the landing for the first few weeks, until my dad got sick of me obstructing the toilet and bathroom doors and told me I couldn't sleep there forever. I reluctantly began sleeping in my room, and the feeling went away. Fast forward to when I was 14 years old. My mum very sadly lost her battle with cancer, and it hit us all very hard. My dad had never stopped loving my mum, so he became very depressed for the second time since his divorce. My sister and I had a very hard time coping with the loss of our beloved mum at such a young age, and there were arguments with my mum's side of the family, as everyone went through a really tough time grieving. Then, really strange things began to happen in the weeks following my mum's passing. It started with the kettle blowing one day, and the next, the fridge stopped working. A week later, our oven ceased to function, and the iron exploded as my dad ironed our school uniforms. Dad called out an electrician who checked all the wiring in the house and confirmed there was nothing wrong with it at all. We were all now very confused as to why all of these appliances had suddenly broken on us, as if things weren't hard enough to cope with already in a single-parent family. Then, my sister's PC power supply exploded the next week. I was home alone one evening, and as I stood at the top of the stairs on the landing, the light bulb popped above my head. I remember the absolute fear that surged through me as I almost fell down the stairs in a panicked state. Dad called a different electrician the next day. Nothing wrong with the wiring upstairs either. Everyone became really bothered by these occurrences by this point. After all, how can this many electrical appliances seemingly fail for no reason at all, and yet there's nothing wrong with any of the wiring according to two different electricians? This leads up to the night I saw something I simply cannot understand. I remember I'd gone to bed just like any other night. When I awoke around 2 or 3 a.m., I would usually sleep right through the night unless I needed to go to the toilet or maybe get a drink if I woke up thirsty. I lay there a bit annoyed with waking without the need for either of these, and then I remember my feet suddenly felt very cold. I folded the quilt underneath my feet, and yet they still felt very cold, as if I had stuck them in a fridge or walked on a very cold stone floor. I became restless with this, and then that's when I noticed a light in the middle of my room. At first, I believed it was a reflection coming through my bedroom window, so I sat up and checked to see if anyone was parking up outside in the street. Nothing. The whole street was dark, even the streetlight was off. I turned back into bed and looked up back at the ceiling. The light was still there, and this is when I noticed the light wasn't on the ceiling. It was floating around a foot below it. I stared at it for about a minute, and then rubbed my eyes thinking that maybe I was seeing something that wasn't really there after not being awake for long. But I was wide awake, and the light remained floating there just below the ceiling. It wasn't an orb or a spherical shape, more like a small, flat, misty-looking patch of light. I got annoyed with trying to work out what this was and put it down to feeling tired, so laid back down in my bed and closed my eyes. I then felt the cold from my feet slowly shifting up my body until it reached my thighs. And then as I looked down at the foot of the bed, trying to work out why it suddenly felt so cold, I saw it. At the foot of my bed, I saw a shape that looked almost like someone's shadow, but standing just slightly away from the wall. It wasn't facing me, but looking across my room. And the more I looked, I could see the shape of the silhouette of a face and body. I'm looking at this shape and staring at it in total amazement, trying to work out what it is that I'm seeing. It's not flat to the wall like a shadow would be, but in the middle of a room and I can see through it. It stands there for about a minute and I'm thinking, is that a ghost? What is that? But I'm not frightened, and it doesn't make me feel threatened or that it's a malevolent presence. I'm just sat there in complete disbelief of what I'm seeing and amazed by it. The figure then very slowly, as if hovering, moves across the bottom of my bed towards the other side of the room. I can then see it isn't black like a shadow, but in fact it's an almost translucent dark brown, almost like a dusty window. It's very hard to describe just how it looked, but that's the best I can try to explain its appearance. As it moves across my room, I watch it pass in front of the ajar door, where the landing light is shining against the wall. And just like that, it's gone. I can't believe what I've seen, and am left sat up in bed, wide awake, amazed and stunned. I suddenly notice my legs don't feel cold, and that the light that was hovering below the ceiling is gone. I sat up for about an hour, trying to work out what I had seen and just experienced, and tried to go back to sleep, but was unable to from excitement. Eventually, I fell back asleep. I remember excitedly telling my sister about this the next day at breakfast. And she looks at me shocked before then telling me that she had heard someone whispering her name a few times while she was in bed several nights previous. She thought I had stood outside her door and was talking to her, but when she checked, nobody was there. My dad told me years later that he would lay in the living room on the floor watching TV late at night after Mum passed away, and he felt as if someone walked behind him and noticed it suddenly felt cold whenever this happened. I never felt afraid living in that house, and after about a year, nothing else seemed to happen. Things would go missing a lot of the time, and then turn up in places you knew you would never have put them in yourself. And when asked, nobody else had touched them or moved them. It was a very strange time, but I still can't believe what I saw. I don't know if you'd call it a ghost, and it certainly wasn't a reflection, but it definitely caught my attention. I had been to the Gettysburg battlefield many times, and had always heard great ghost stories about the place, but I had never had a similar experience, and I was getting increasingly suspicious that these stories might be fictional. Nonetheless, finding myself in Gettysburg one evening, I decided to drive around the battlefield and see if my ghost hunting luck might improve. It was a good night for this activity, being clear and warm with a near full moon providing lots of light. As I drove toward Culp's Hill, where the organised ghost tours never seemed to go, I drove slowly down the road with my arm out the window, noting the pale grey monuments that lined the roadway, when as I rounded a turn, my headlights illuminated a distinctly different monument. This one had a top half that was dark and a lower half of a lighter colour, and reminded me of a Union soldier's navy blue coat and light blue trousers. Then, as I got closer, it actually turned to face my car. That's when I saw that it actually was a navy blue sack coat and light blue trousers, completely three-dimensional, but with no visible person inside the clothing. There seemed to be just a very pale illuminated oval above the coat collar where a face would be, but nothing else. Not even shoes, so the bottom of the trousers didn't reach the ground. As I noted this, it began walking slowly toward the open driver's side window of my car. As it casually walked towards me, with empty sleeves swinging at its side and empty pant legs taking step after step without quite touching the ground, my stomach tied itself in knots and my mind raced through a million thoughts at once. And not just the obvious ones like, what does it want? What will it do? Why me? No, I also thought, those clothes look absolutely real, and the weave of the wool is just like the ones in the museum, and if I could make my hand move, I could touch it and it would feel as real as my t-shirt and jeans. Then, as it got within inches of the car, one thought broke my paralysis. It's going to climb right through the window, over the top of me and into the car. That was the motivation I needed, to find the accelerator and go. And as I did, the apparition disappeared, as if it had never been. I raced back to the comfort of streetlights and people in town as fast as I could. But I no sooner got there than I wished I had stayed more rational and maybe tried to communicate with the spirit. Still, this had been the perfect way to convince me of ghosts. It didn't look like any ghost I had ever imagined. Plus, the moonlight was so bright that I could clearly see the details. And with no wires or tree limbs overhead to suspend it, and the bottom of the legs not touching the ground, I couldn't think of any way it could have been faked. I called my wife at home the next morning and told her I officially believe in ghosts. I was in the Marine Corps from 2008 to 2012. I served as an infantry Marine and was stationed in 29 Palms, California. In 2009, while training for my first deployment, we went to a specialty school called Marine Corps Cold Weather Mountain Warfare School, which was located in Bridgeport, California. Enjoyed the 5-ish hour bus ride up the Highway 395 through the Sierra Nevada mountains. I took in the beautiful scenery as my mind wondered about what I was in for. dreading climbing the 12,000-foot plus mountains that littered the landscape. Weeks of training went by. I was relieved to hear that we were moving to a place called Hawthorne to do some live fire exercises, which was about 30 miles away to the east, back into the desert. An old, out-of-commission army base that was deemed uninhabitable in the 50s for various reasons. I was enthusiastic to escape the bitterly cold temperatures up on the mountain. Slept on the ride there. Upon waking, I looked out the window and was shocked at what I saw. Remnants of the old base scattered the landscape. Halfway destroyed buildings, guard towers, and other typical military stuff you'd expect to see. Behind that lies jagged lava rock mountains, casting their shadows over the destroyed buildings. The place looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off nearby. Have you ever seen the old nuclear test videos from when it was first developed? They'd stage a fake town to analyse what the bastard would do. This place was like that, mixed with the game series Fallout and Chernobyl, if you've ever heard of that. As we drove in further, I noticed a bunch of mine shafts heading into the sides of the mountains. Now, I was very curious as to where we would be staying. I was relieved to hear there was a makeshift FOB. Nothing fancy by any means, just an old green tent for the NCOs and upper-ranking battalion staff. Us boots would be sleeping under the stars in the dirt. At least we had a makeshift Hesco wall around us to make things feel like home. During chow that evening, we were all sitting around bullshitting. I asked my sergeant, what are all the mine shafts in the hillside for? He said there were munitions storage facilities as well as a fallout shelter. This base was built and designed during the Cold War era, which made it super creepy. It's like all the people just decided one day to leave. Vehicles were still there, everything. It was strange. Night arrives. It was fairly hot out, even though it was night, as we were back down in the desert. I was having problems sleeping, even though I was just in my skivvies on top of my sleeping bag. Some of the others were awake bullshitting, I could hear. I stared into the stars and mountains looming over me. It was a full moon that night, with hardly any clouds at all. As I was scanning the mountaintops, which if I had to guess were 500 to 700 feet above me, where we were sleeping made it seem I could almost reach out and touch the top. I saw something strange moving about at the peak. Figuring my eyes were just playing tricks on me from extreme physical exhaustion and sleep deprivation, I disregarded it. Even later that night, I awoke to go take a piss. As I'm utilising the head, I look up to where I saw something earlier. To my surprise, the strange silhouetted figures there were scurrying about the ridgeline. Now, this has definitely caught my interest as my mind was wandering. Thankfully, I had a lot of really cool shit lying in my pack, back at the bivouac site. Once at my gear, I grabbed my trusty PVS-14 night vision monocular. I bring them to my eye and look back up. Nothing? That can't be right. Like, huh? I swear I saw something. I looked over to a buddy of mine that was awake and asked, "Hey, did you see that shit up there?" He looks at me and says, "What the fuck are you talking about, bro?" I said, "Forget it." A few more hours go by through the night, and a loud crash comes from the closest mine shaft, which was located 100 feet or so from the FOB. Literally half the platoon sat straight up from a dead sleep. One of the sergeants screams from nearby and says it hit the rack. It was just some rocks falling, which made sense to most of us. The next morning, we woke up and did what we had planned to do for that day. Later that afternoon, we had some free time and were just creeping around, checking the nearby buildings out. 4 of us decided to go down into a building. It was half above ground and half below. The wide staircase went down to open up into a large cubicle-type area. Barely any light came through the small windows. I clicked on my weapon light and scanned the area. There were still papers and everything strewn about on top of the desks. We followed the hallway, which made a right turn. MOPP suits and gas masks lined the hallway, hanging on hooks. We see a sign above one of the doorways that said, "Girls' Locker Room." Us, being the typical 19-year-old Marines, we decided we have to check that out. I took a point and entered the pitch black room. I was looking through the lockers to try and find anything interesting, and all of a sudden, the door behind us slams shut. We all ran like hell, out the other door. When I was growing up, my parents had a place on the edge of town. One side was the neighbourhood, and the other was hundreds of acres of woods. We used to go exploring the woods back there to kill time and build forts. You know, typical boy stuff like that. I was probably around 13 or 14 years old at the time. We never would go too far because we were scared if something bad happened, no one could get to us quickly. As well as the fact we never told our parents where we were or what we were up to, so they wouldn't even know where to begin to look. Plus, cell phones weren't extremely common back then. One day, we felt extra brave, so we decided to go even deeper into the woods. Now, where we lived at the time, the best way to describe these woods was super dense with a ton of underbush, so you couldn't see out above too far ahead of you. So it always seemed dark and very unnerving. This day, it was also misty and drizzly, so it made it extra creepy to begin with. We travelled what I would describe as maybe half a mile to a mile. Now, I wasn't 100% familiar with the area as we hadn't ever gone this far. So I knew of no paths or entrances or roads leading into the woods. We picked a random spot and began cutting down small trees to build a fort. After a couple of hours, and being a typical narrow-minded teen, we decided to look around the immediate area for something interesting. Walked a couple of 100 yards and found a barely visible path. Of course, when you find a path, you have to follow it, right? We followed the narrow path through the dense cedar trees. It winded back and forth for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, we came to a clearing and found an old 2-story farmhouse, as I would describe it. The treetops loomed over the roof of the house, making it seem much darker. Now, what do you think we did? Of course, we had to go inside. At this point, we were soaked from being out in the drizzly mist. I came to the door, which was already cracked open slightly. I opened it a bit more and peered inside. Nothing too spectacular by any means. A few pieces of rotting furniture and trash littered around the dust-covered floor. Parts of the floor were gone, and you could see into the darkness below. The whole house had a bad lean to it, so I didn't dare go upstairs as it could have very easily fallen over. Upon further investigating, we found a few old handmade creepy dolls. The white fabric was dirty and tattered they were made from. Their button eyes had long since fallen off. The whole place just had this super eerie vibe. It was getting late in the evening by this point, so I thought we'd better go back. Left the house and started walking back on the path. 30 feet out or so, I checked to see if there were any other paths or a road leading to said house. Didn't see anything. As I turned to look back at the house, I swear I saw something move away from one of the second-story windows as the curtain was moving ever so slightly. I figured my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I didn't think much of it. We made it back home, and the next day, I told one of my close friends about the house and that I was going to take him there. He comes over, and we head that way. I made sure to tell him about all the details on it during our trek there. We get to the path and are fixing to round the last bend before the house comes into view. Upon coming to the clearing, I couldn't believe my eyes. The house was completely burned to the ground. Nothing was left except the concrete risers it was setting on. No ashes, no still smouldering embers. Nothing. The ground was still wet from the previous day's precipitation. My friend looked at me in disbelief as I'd been pulling his leg the entire time. I told him no, I swear it was here yesterday. I never saw any smoke that evening, which you would have easily seen from my parents' house. Being the young, curious individual I was, I had to figure out what happened. So I walked up to where the house was, and the only thing I found was one of the creepy handmade dolls sitting in the middle of where the house stood. We never went back into those woods again. I still drive by those woods on a daily basis on my way to work. Part of me wants to go back in there and see what I'll find. I think there's a soul or something in my house. I'm very new to this. I literally know nothing about it, but it's getting to a point where I can't explain the recent events anymore, and it totally freaks me out, so I need help. First, my general situation. I live with my parents next to a forest, which by itself is kind of scary if you ask me. They don't believe in anything paranormal. My room is upstairs, but since my sister moved out and my dad only uses his room to sleep, I'm always alone upstairs, just not at night. My mom sleeps downstairs in the living room, and our stairs are in the hallway so that you can see it. We have 2 dogs. Never in my life did I ever experience anything paranormal, or something I would consider not normal. I did believe in such things as a kid, and never totally denied the existence of something paranormal. I didn't think I'd actually get in contact with the topic though. Now, the reason why I think I have a ghost or something else in my home, there are several reasons, but I'll start with the most obvious one. My parents often leave me and my dogs alone at home when they buy groceries, and that's not a problem when it's midday. But as soon as it starts to get dark, I start to feel something very weird. I can't really explain it. Usually, I don't even think about it, and then the feeling of not being alone hits me all of a sudden. I feel watched and overall uncomfy. It happens basically all the time, but only when my parents are gone. Ever since that feeling started, my dogs also started sitting on our stairs and watching the dark hallway. They never sat on the stairs before. They're both scared to go upstairs because they think they'll get a bath, but now they both sit there and just watch the hallway. Sometimes they move their head in the same direction. One time it looked like they were watching something go downstairs, but obviously nothing did. I always just stand at the top of our staircase because when I go downstairs, I feel so overwhelmed by the fear. I don't know why it's worse down there. Next thing is that I started to see shadows in the corner of my eyes. Note that it also started when the other symptoms began. As soon as I would look in the direction, there'd be nothing, but it happens quite a lot. Another thing is that I keep hearing my parents call my name, but they never actually do. Sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep, and sometimes in the middle of doing my homework or listening to music. This never happened before as well, just now. I know this is not a lot of evidence, and maybe I'm going crazy or I'm just paranoid, but I'm very scared. These things never happen anywhere else besides at home. Something I personally find very scary is that back when my sister used to live with us, she saw shadows and heard voices, just like me. It got so bad that she had to take medication, but she told me that ever since she moved out, she doesn't have any problems with it. She moved out 3 years ago though, and my parents don't seem to have any problems or notice anything weird. Can somebody help me? It was when my mum was in 6th or 7th grade. The year was 1991, I guess. All my grandma's daughters, a total of 5 sisters including my mum, plus her son, were home. My granddad was at work at the time. It was around 9 p.m. at night. All my aunts, including my mum and my uncle, were all huddled in the bedroom with my grandma. Then there was a knock at the door. My grandma, being the brave woman she was, went to answer the knock. Before she opened the door, she asked who it was, and to her shock, someone said, "It's me. Let me in." The only catch was, it was my mom's voice. Nana was shocked to hear it. It was obviously not possible that it would be my mom, as she was sitting inside. Now, after hearing the voice, my Nana knew something had to be done to protect her kids, so she told everyone to grab a weapon. When everyone was armed with either kitchen knives or long wooden sticks, they went to the door and my Nana shouted, "Who's there? I know you're not my daughter." There was silence, and then they heard a very, very, very creepy laugh. Way creepier than any horror movie. They waited a few minutes. Then my mom, being the oldest, got fed up and opened the door. There was no one there, except a piece of thread worn on the feet. The thread was not there before, my nana told me, and the front gate was locked. Everyone was spooked out and they went to bed. Nothing has happened since. My mom doesn't remember anything, but I guess it's a given, since it's been 31 years since this incident. So a long time ago, living at a townhome with my parents and siblings, I was around 14 or 15 years old. This one night, my parents and my younger sisters went to an event with our outer family. I stayed home with my two younger brothers. One was a year old and the other was about 3 or 4. It wasn't too late, maybe 8 or 9 p.m, and my brothers and I were in the basement. They both were sleeping while I was playing a video game. All of a sudden, my toddler brother woke up randomly, stood up, and started screaming in terror, pointing at the wall, jumping, just scared as fuck. This place is very haunted, and all of us knew that, so I automatically knew. I yelled at the ghost and told him he's just a little kid, leave him alone. The others in the house must have not liked that, because once I did that, there was loud banging coming from the kitchen upstairs to the living room over our heads. The floors are very creaky, by the way, but it was like they were stomping to above our heads. My bro was buried in my side, obviously, and the baby was asleep. When they got above our heads, the stomping continued for a moment. It then transitioned to, I want to say, a big nail being stuck on the floor over and over again. Then transitioned to literal ripping of the carpet, like something you would hear in a movie, ripping sound effect. Then, imagine a full-size yoga ball being pressed into the floor and twisted clockwise and counterclockwise over and over again. They made 4 loud noises in sequence. Sometime in the middle of it, I said, "Are you done yet?" And it just got louder. While all this was happening, it was above our heads in one spot. Also, you could feel an aura or energy like funneling over us as well. After minutes, it stopped, and nothing was out of place upstairs. It was definitely a crazy, exaggerated experience. When the rest of the fam came home, I told them what happened and didn't experience anything else that night, except I saw a leg. Literally a black leg, so random at the end. Okay, so this is a couple of stories about my little brother, who was about 4 or 5 at the time. This was a townhome where we were all living with our parents. The first situation I was in my room, chilling, laying down in bed high. Yes, a teen pothead. My brother then just wanders into my room and reaches his hand in my dresser. He was small at the time and could not see over the dresser, but it was like he knew what he was looking for and what spot it was in. I'm watching him the whole time and see he grabbed something. As soon as his hand came into view, there were literally rays of light coming from the cracks of his fisted hand. Imagine in the movies when a briefcase with gold is opened by someone and it only shows in third person and the rays are illuminating his face. It was like that, but I jumped up right away and opened his hand and nothing was there. A real trippy experience. The other time was the same setting as me being high in my room. Sitting up, listening to music. My bro randomly walks in, and I knew right away he was off. Like a creepy kid, slowly walking into frame, and then slowly turning to look at you with a weird look on his face. I just knew again what was happening. He must have gotten possessed. This was a very quick situation. I, in my mind, told the spirit to leave his body, while looking deep into his eyes aggressively. It was crazy when I was telling him in my mind to leave. He shook his head no, vigorously. I forgot the rest of the details, but it's like he snapped out of it and was back to normal. This never happened again, and my bro is now a teen. It may sound crazy or unbelievable, but this is true. I was sitting on the living room couch with my dog. It was quiet, no TV on or anything, and I was on my phone. Right after midnight, I noticed the environment around me was tense. The bugs outside stopped making noise, and it felt like this thick, intense uneasiness. It was dead quiet. My natural instincts started to kick in. Then, what broke the silence was what sounded like a group of children giggling or laughing for about 3 to 5 seconds, right outside the window. The sound was so clear and crisp. My flight or fight instincts kicked in, and I froze sitting on the couch. The sound did not sound like children or humans. Something was off. To make sure I wasn't going crazy and hearing things, I turned to look at my dog, who sat up like he heard the noise too, and he was very uneased. His tail all the way down between his hind legs, and he slowly got up and tried to walk away and upstairs. I tried to hold him because I didn't want him to leave me alone in the living room, as my family was all asleep upstairs already. He didn't bark like he normally does when he hears someone near our property. I took that as an indication that this sound was not coming from someone, but something. A minute or two after my dog went upstairs, I decided to get myself out of the situation, close off all the lights, go upstairs, take a shower, and go to bed. Since that experience, I never experienced anything like that again. I always believe there's more to life and what we share this universe with other entities, etc. I believe in the good and the bad. When I heard them laughing, I knew not to answer or acknowledge the sound, because then they would know that you heard it. I didn't go up to the window or open the window or patio door. Another disclaimer is my sister at the time was going through the worst rebellious teenage stage, still going on in her 20s. Me and my mom believed her bad energy attracted the paranormal, since it's known that teenagers attract chaos, since they have the most energy during puberty, etc. We also suspected that she messed with Ouija boards. I believe this has to do with my sister's bad energy, because another instance was when I was away at college. My mom told me there were several paranormal occurrences with the bookshelf we have in the basement. Books would fly out of the bookshelf on different occasions. There'd be this huge crashing sound. Books that in no way could have been knocked to the ground without knocking over the books near it. It looked as if someone purposely took out books and threw them to the ground. Every occurrence, no one would be in the basement. I was younger than 6 years old. I had a small stuffed white rabbit that was dressed in a red and white striped shirt and blue overalls, with shoes, and had symbols attached to its hands. It had long, dangly legs and floppy ears. It would sit on my dresser along with other miscellaneous things, jewellery box, lamp, etc. My mum put it there, thinking it was a cute decor item to place on my dresser. I didn't think anything of it, but something about its presence didn't sit right with me the moment I saw it. Right away, I started having the same nightmare every night. I'd be sitting on the kitchen counter next to the sink, and my mum would be washing dishes at night. I'd be playing with a toy in my hand, when what feels like a few minutes pass, loud footsteps would stomp on the hallway that leads you from the bottom of the stairs towards the entry of the living room and kitchen area in my house. The sound of cymbals would be banging so hard it fills the room and hurts your ears. I would have this intense fear take over my body, as if I know what's going to happen, but really, I have no idea what I'm so terrified about. I'd see a giant silhouette shadow of the rabbit coming closer. The rabbit would appear in the entry of the kitchen, and I would scream to my mom, something along the lines that the rabbit is going to hurt us, or we have to go. My mum would never hear the stomping or cymbals and either ignore me, as if she can't hear me, or respond nonchalantly, as if I'm not in a state of panic in front of her. As soon as the rabbit appears, I wake up. I don't remember exactly how many nights the nightmare happened, but I know definitely a minimum of a week. As a child, I was able to have lucid dreams and be able to stop anything I didn't want to happen in my dream, change the scenario or scene, etc. every night I had that nightmare, I couldn't move a muscle the moment the loud footsteps and symbols began. The nightmare became so routine, I dreaded falling asleep because I knew I'd have to face the nightmare again, no matter how hard I tried to dream of something else or not dream at all. My mum was cleaning one day, and I told her I did not like the rabbit and wanted her to get rid of it. My mum was confused why, and I told her I have nightmares from it and I think it looks creepy. I asked her where the rabbit came from, and she said she got it as a gift. I don't remember exactly where from or from whom, but I think it came as part of a gift set from a friend. Not from anyone blood related or anything handmade. Like one of those store-bought gifts pre-packaged, where small stuffed animals come with it. She didn't agree that the rabbit was creepy, but I guess she could tell I really didn't like the rabbit. So she threw it in the trash and got rid of it. Immediately, the nightmares stopped, and I forgot about it. Sometimes this memory would pop in my head and I would think about it. Any insight? So this was back in October 2011. My friends Hannah, Cash, Bryson, Will and Matthew were all planning to go on a spooky tour of an old abandoned barn in Lincoln City. Well, I planned a prank with Will and Matthew, and we told the group Keaton is grounded and couldn't go. Because basically, I was always known for being grounded back in the day. Well, Matt and Will picked me up at my house, and I had a scary clown mask, and Matt was a volunteer firefighter, so I borrowed his axe. They drove me to the old barn, dumped me off and said, okay, we'll be back in 40 minutes. Honestly, I had a fear of the dark at the time, but I grew some balls and dealt with it. A couple of times I had to duck in the grass to avoid being seen with the mask and axe. Even one time, I was pissing and a cop car turned on that road. And I dove down, dick in the dirt and all on my pee to avoid being seen. Well, at the same time, I played on my phone to ignore the fact that I was in the middle of a fucking nowhere in the dark. And at one point, a white blur walked across the road to my left. I thought that my imagination was tricking me, until I blinked, and I blinked again. You know how when someone shines a flashlight in your eyes, when you close them, you still see the glare? Well, when I closed my eyes, I saw a picture showing a little girl in a white, old century-style dress with long, curly, brunette hair. Standing in the same spot I was in, looking the same direction, and the fence was the old type of fence where it's wobbly-looking wood, and the barn in the background. Immediately, I dismissed it as a huge hallucination, because I was an atheist at the time. Anyways, I got the text that my friends were getting close, so I ran into the barn. They got out, I banged the wall to creep them out. They got closer, and I screamed bloody murder with the mask on and axe in hand and chased them. They freaked the fuck out and ran back to the car. After a moment, they realised I was laughing with Will and Matt, so they say, Keaton, is that you? You motherfucker. Well, after we all had our shits and giggles, we were sat in the car and Cash said, you know, when Keaton was chasing us with the axe, I swear I saw a little girl in a white dress by the car. Bryson froze and had a look of horror on his face and said, no way, I saw that too. And I said, guys, I saw that before you even got there. And there was about 15 seconds of silence in the car until they changed the subject. So yeah, ghosts are real, and it changed me from atheist to agnostic. Growing up as a military brat, our family moved several times across Canada in a span of 11 or so years. We stayed in old wartime family quarters, as they were inexpensive at the time. From a child to the day I left my home as a young adult, I first-handedly experienced what people often refer to as shadow people. Shadow people account for probably about 75% or so of my paranormal experiences. However, I've also been a witness to poltergeist-style activity, as well as both a ghost and UFO sighting. I can remember most of my experiences in well-preserved detail, Even insignificant side details which are not even part of supernatural experience itself. I think this is because of how large an impact these events had on myself. The experiences really get burned into your memory. Through the years, I've shared my stories only with family and friends. I never had the motivation to share them publicly in fear of being ostracized. Now I can see that there are many others who think the same way as I do, and just as many or more who believe in supernatural phenomena, despite perhaps not experiencing anything firsthand. Yesterday, my brother called me to tell me what happened to him the night before. Now, I've experienced paranormal events with my brother in the past, and he's always been a very matter-of-fact type person. He's been staying with his son's family to help out until they move out of state, and he shares a room with his only granddaughter. Well, his granddaughter has a bunk bed, and hanging under the top bunk is a monkey with weird arms and legs, and it's hanging by its tail. He said he was sitting across the room reading when all of a sudden this monkey started to drastically swing. He looked up from his book and saw it slow down and eventually stop. So he got up and went into the kitchen to get some coffee and asked his daughter-in-law if she threw something on her daughter's bed without him noticing, and she told him that she hadn't even entered the room all morning. After he explained why he was asking her those questions, she told him that it didn't surprise her one bit. Curious, he asked her why she made that comment, and she told him that the whole time they've lived there, they see people walking around out of the corner of their eyes, and shadows there shouldn't be. Funny thing was that when visiting them a few years ago, I told my brother before he even lived there that I felt crowded, as if there was too much commotion going on, even when the room was quiet. I don't think it wants to harm anyone. I just think it was trying to tell my brother that it was there. I asked my mother if she had any paranormal experiences before I was born. She had quite a few, but this one from her youth was one of those stories that stood out to me. She said that she was in her 20s at that time, and one of my two siblings was still in diapers. She was hanging sheets and diapers on the clothesline in the backyard, and my two siblings were playing right next to her, when all of a sudden, the hair on the back of her neck and arms stood straight up, and it felt like she was being watched. She had an immediate sense of danger. She said that she saw something moving across the field next to the house, and when she noticed that this thing was not flesh and blood, more like something chaotic hovering off the ground. She told me that she knew it was not ball lightning. She had experienced ball lightning when it shot right through her mom's screen door when she was younger. No, this was vigorously vibrating, almost like it was sucking up light, but at the same time, it glowed a dark red. She left everything hanging on the line and in the basket, grabbing only her babies. She ran into the house, locking both the big wooden screen and kitchen door behind her. My sister started crying because she left her ragdoll outside on the grass, but Mama was not about to go back out there and get it. She said that she told the kids to be very quiet while she peeked out the back window. And that's when she saw this thing move across the lawn like a floating balloon. She continued on by telling me that as this thing passed through the 3 sheets on the clothesline, one of those sheets got shredded. She described them as looking like they were being sliced with a razor. She said that there were pieces of material flying all over, but nothing else on the lines moved. It then travelled, looking like it was going to pass, but it stopped and backed up to pass over my sister's doll, shredding it too into pieces as well. My mom said that her heart was beating out of her chest, and she was trying to keep her babies quiet while at the same time not taking her eyes off this thing. She was so scared it was going to come into the house. It lingered a moment, almost contemplating its next move, and at that point, Mom said that she started to pray. It then turned and drifted away, just like that. She said it was beyond frightening. My sister confirmed the story, saying, "How could I ever forget that?" Mum never found out what that was, but she said that it made her pay attention to her surroundings a little more. I work at a doggy daycare. We're temporarily in an old house, but it's fine, because most of the day we're hiking the dogs in the mountains. We have 3 rooms that we separate the dogs into, so that dogs have clashing personalities don't fight. A main room and 2 smaller rooms. Whatever lives there is harmless and loves animals, but is very active. The first of my experiences was when I was alone. My co-worker was walking one of the older dogs with a bum leg that can't go on the hike. In one of the smaller rooms, mopping, when the dogs in the main room all started losing their shit. I heard a young woman say, "It's okay, doggies, it's okay." And I thought, oh, my co-worker must be back. So I went to the main room and there was no one there. My co-worker gets back about 10 minutes later and I'm immediately like, "Hey, did you come in the house or were you walking around the outside or something?" And she says, "No, I walked about 5 blocks." Like 2 nights later, me and my boss were there late feeding the dogs, and she bolted the front door, walked through a door into the room I was in, and within 5 seconds of her coming into my room, we heard a click and went to the front door, which is now unlocked again. After this, I started asking my co-workers, the one who currently lives there. We have someone live there to keep an eye on the boarding dogs at night, and he said, yeah, weird shit happens all the time, but refused to tell me any stories. The other co-worker who used to live there doing the same job before said that she had a plant room that she would keep closed because she didn't want her cats eating her plants. The living space is the top floor and the dogs live on the lower floor. But she would always come back and the door would be open and the cat would be in the room. The cat would stand by the door meowing to get in because it really liked chewing plants. So she bought a hook lock for the door. She came home after running to the grocery store and the lock was unhooked and the door was open. She gave up trying to protect her plants after that. This happened 2 days ago, and I don't know how to classify it other than weird. So my best friend and I went out after months of not seeing each other, because she was on vacation and studying for her college finals. She's from a village half an hour out of my town, and I've been living here for almost 7 years, maybe more. This town is my mum's hometown, and I've been visiting it all my life. But in recent years, like around 2010, the town expanded in size and new neighbourhoods and constructions appeared that I hadn't seen when I would visit during the summers. My mum's hometown always had this eerie feeling to it, and I would sense it as a child, and it's because it has a lot of history. It's existed since the late 7th to early 6th millennium BC, and it's proved to be inhabited by people in 323 BC. Major battles took place and around the area that we have 2 mass graves at each end of the town, and all of us have had family members who died and were buried there. My family didn't settle in this town until the early 1910s, but that's a different story. The thing is that I felt its eerie aura since I was a kid, and it used to excite me, but when I moved there, it concerned me how in some areas of the town, it would be so heavy. That feeling would cause me headaches and even nosebleeds. And even though I lived for almost half of my teenage years, I hadn't explored the town to its full extent, because I feared for my safety and my friends weren't big on exploring. Until 2 days ago, my best friend and I would go sit in a coffee shop and discussed whatever. But that day, we needed not to be heard or interrupted by familiar faces or passing friends. So we started strolling around the town when we were at a crossroads, and I asked where she wanted to go. She considered me a local, so she told me to choose, and I did. We walked for a very long time, ending up in a very new neighbourhood with very well-built homes, and very few elderly people sitting in their porches or out in the streets with their plastic chairs. But we did see a lot of cats roaming around. We said hi to these elderly people, and we saw it as custom and the polite thing to do. We kept walking. We reached another crossroads, and this time I chose to continue walking on the same path we were on. It was very quiet, and the sky was already cloudy and showed signs of rain coming. But as we reached the top of a small uphill, we saw a kiosk, and the sky became darker at that moment. It was a very familiar kiosk for both of us, making us go, huh? And look at each other. I instantly got hit with a memory of toddler me being instructed by my late maternal grandma to go sit at the kiosk while I hold my T-Rex and Cinderella figurines, and my red toy car. I was dressed in dark blue overalls, with a black and white striped shirt underneath, and I had my red pacifier hanging from its chain clipped on the only pocket in the chest area of the overalls. I was sitting in the kiosk and playing with my toys, while I would hear Grandma's mumbling, and then I would shyly look towards them, and then at a woman cleaning the stairs at this place, while a young girl with a pink dress and blondish brown hair was standing next to her holding a bucket. I made eye contact with the girl and went over to them and handed her my Cinderella figurine and asked her to play, but the woman told us no. So I left and went back to the kiosk where there was a man with a very weird hat sitting there. I sat next to him and kept playing with my T-Rex when he asked me why a girl like me was dressed as a boy and played with boys' toys. And I turned and said that I loved T-Rex and red cars more than dolls, but not more than teddy bears. Then I asked him why he wore this weird hat and said it was a family heirloom, and I just nodded and went back to playing. After a while, I noticed that he was staring at me and then asked me why I was by myself. And I said I wasn't, and that my grandma is inside talking to her friends. Just as I finished my sentence, Grandma came out and grabbed my hand, and she asked me who I was talking to. I told her the man with the tall hat, and then pointed at the kiosk, but it was empty. Grandma then lectured me on talking to strangers all the way home. I was shaken out of my memory when my best friend shook my arm, saying why I was staring at an empty space for 5 minutes. And I told her that I've been here before and walked closer to check what the building said. At that moment, my best friend said she's been here before when she was a child, and she used to help her aunt clean this place, and that she stained her favourite pink dress with chlorine the last time she was here. I looked at her shocked and asked her if she recalled being a folk dance studio, and she shrugged, saying that she didn't know how to read back then and had no idea. The building was the 7th kindergarten of our town, but the surrounding area looked newly built, barely a decade-old buildings. Even the building of the kindergarten looked new, but the kiosk looked old. I told my best friend that I've been here as a kid when a voice from the house next to the building told us that we would look too old to have visited this part of town as kids, and that this party started being inhabited in 2005. We looked at her and we say that we were born in 1999 and 1997, so it was possible. The woman shrugged and we decided to put it past us. But it felt weird looking at the kiosk, and what about the man in the tall hat? Did I really meet my best friend as kids before unknowingly meeting her as teens at Comic-Con again? And later, as we sat our high school graduating and exams, we met at the hallway of my school, as I loaned her my fan and she gave me her notebook to fan myself, because it was during a heat wave. Then our common friend introduced us, and that was the beginning of our friendship. The minutes of being before that building felt odd, as if time had slowed down and then got scared out of our minds when the woman from the house next to the building talked to us. I asked my best friend if she felt the weird vibe of the place, and she said no, because she remembers feeling ashamed of being here and didn't want to stay longer, and that's why she started walking away sooner than I did. I was packing my things to head to my college city for my residency, and due to the overwhelming hot weather that came out of nowhere, I had to unpack my summer clothes to take with me. Chose my best shirts, and as I was refolding them, I tried to think about outfit options trying to measure for how many days these outfits will last me, when my mind drifted off topic, as it usually does. When my mind went back to the current topics, the war in Ukraine, climate change, my country's economy, and about my future, I wondered what has become of us as humanity when I started mechanically folding my shirts, and I picked up my blue shirt. My blue shirt has letterprints on it that I usually wasn't able to make out or try too hard to read, because I thought it was from a Chinese thrift store, and I knew it wouldn't make sense since many times the shirts have grammatical errors or the sentences are gibberish. I picked up my shirt to take a better look at it and see the sleeve length is good for the weather, when I saw the shirt's letterprints, and weirdly, I could make it out. It read, "What we think we became." And I froze. I found it very odd. Like it was a sign or something. Weather Glitch 1. This story has been told to me time and time again. It's something my maternal grandpa lived through and my mom was able to partially witness. So my grandpa and the rest of his family were visiting Greece for the summer, since at the time they were living in Sweden. So it was around the late 1970s, maybe early 1980s. I was never told the exact date. My grandpa was driving while the rest of the family, aka my grandma, my aunt Helena, and my mum were asleep. He was on a 2-lane road. The second lane led to the opposite direction, and he noticed that it was raining only in the heart of the road, and the car was sprinkled by that rain only on his side, the driver's side. He let an audible sound of surprise, which woke my mum, and she saw the road was wet from her side of the window. Confused, she asked my grandma what was happening, and Grandpa just said it was raining. Mum says that Grandpa never stopped talking about this until he died, 2 months after I was born. Weather Glitch 2. Ever since my mum, grandma, and my entire family have lived in my grandma's house, now our house. Oftentimes when it's raining in our town, most times it's only raining in the front of the house, and if someone is in the sunroom or kitchen, or the master bedroom or big bathroom, they might have completely different weather, from sunshine or just plain cloudy without rain. And when it would stop raining in the front, only then it would rain at the back of the house. It's been happening for years, so we perceive it as normal. But my sister's best friends were over a few weeks ago, and it was raining, and noticed the event and said it was weird. And that made me question why this happens so often. It's rare that it's raining on both sides of our house. Distance glitch. I moved to my college city in late 2017, and I live at my aunt's house. During the time I'm there, I'm in charge of the house. I have to clean it, cook for myself, etc. It used to take 10 to 15 minutes to get to my most frequently used bus stops. Around 20 minutes to get to the nearest supermarket, and 20 minutes to return, meaning you spent 40 minutes coming and going without adding the time you spend inside the store. In 2018 and 2019, I had timed myself as I had to go to the supermarket and have a shower and be ready in 1.5 hours. But I needed to go grocery shopping. It took me 30 minutes in total to come and go and even shop, because I knew the aisles were and where the items were that I needed, and I was walking pretty fast. I wasn't tired at all. Pandemic comes and the world opens up again. I find another residency, so I live at my aunt's house again because it's easier. And here's where things get wonky. The distances are bigger. How the hell is this possible? Also, there's more shops around and it's more centery in this part of the area. Yes, they finished the entrance and exit of the metro, and the iron covers were lifted, and the pavement was freed so you didn't have to risk walking on the street. But that doesn't make sense how it takes me 30 to 40 minutes to get to the supermarket, because it feels like an entire block was added that I have to cross by. Furthermore, opposite the supermarket, there weren't any stores. Now, there's a pharmacy and it says it's been there since the 1980s, and it looks old. Plus, the supermarket seems to have grown by at least 3 or 4 aisles. You used to walk from the pasta aisle to the tea and baby formula aisle, and then the liquor and nuts aisle, which led you to the chips aisle and juices aisle. Now, you walk to the pasta aisle, which takes you to a second dessert aisle, then the baby formula aisle, to the liquor and nuts aisle, and suddenly you see a third dessert aisle, and then you have the soda and water aisle along with the juice aisle. The water and soda aisle was always mixed by the juice aisle, meaning that the supermarket has grown 3 or 4 aisles, yet it's the same length on the outside. What Doctor Who mindfuck is this? Why suddenly does it take me 10 minutes longer? AKA, I needed an hour to come and go to the supermarket and 15 minutes to my most used bus stops. My walking pace has changed, and also I get tired all the time whenever I do the route. It feels every time like I did the most exhausting exercise ever. At first, I thought that it was because I wasn't used to it, and I've added a few kilos due to the pandemic and health issues. But I've been doing this route for 2 to 3 months now, and I've toned and lost a few pounds because of this. And yet I still feel as if I'm fighting some sort of invisible force. Suddenly, my aunt's house is further uphill than it used to be. What's happening? And to add more to this, in 2017 for the first time, I had to go to the supermarket, and I had seen one while returning home on the bus. I mentally noted the bus stop, and I waited for the bus at my regular bus stop. The bus comes, and I'm at the supermarket that isn't the one I mentioned above. It's a different building and area, but the same supermarket chain. I finish my shopping and I go home. Yet throughout the entire time I'm feeling dizzy and disoriented, and I had to open a bottle of lemon juice and pay for it later, because I had just started seeing black spots in my vision. And one worker said I looked pale, and helped me to sit down on top of a stepping stool. No idea why I was dizzy to this day. I just felt wrong. The following week, I need another grocery run, so I climb the bus again and I wait patiently for the bus stop I went to the previous week. That bus stop never came. We didn't even cross that neighbourhood. I asked the driver and he said the bus 33 doesn't cross that route. The previous week I had used bus 33 because it's the only bus going through this bus stop I used. The only supermarket the bus stops at is the same one that I mentioned earlier, and it's about 20 minutes away then and 30 minutes away now. In 2019, the bus 33 changed its route, returning to home base, and it started going through the neighbourhood and area of the supermarket I used the first time I went shopping in 2017. Realising this, I'd gotten so dizzy and I almost fainted. Thanks to the mist behind me, she caught me and made me sit down. The route hasn't changed again since, and every time we cross that supermarket, I'm reminded of that time. Any thoughts? Theories? Around December 2020, my parents contracted the rampant illness that was ravaging the world. My 89-year-old grandmother, Mom's mom, ended up sick as well following a hospitalisation well into January. After recovering from the illness, she went to a fancy rehab facility that was supposed to help her get her strength back up. Prior to being sick, she was still able to walk and feed herself. Instead of helping my grandmother, who suffered from dementia, the staff there left her alone in her room without food and water for 3 days. It wasn't until 3 days passed that she was hospitalised again for severe dehydration. Unfortunately, my parents were unable to sue the rehab facility despite the apparent and obvious elderly neglect and abuse. My grandmother returned to their home in February 2021, bedridden and in hospice care. It was at this time my mother called me to fly down and help her care for her. It's extremely hard watching someone you love slowly die, and I flew down immediately to help my mother and grandmother. She didn't live for more than a month after that. Every day was a challenge to get her to eat and drink. There were good days when she was there, and she'd smile and talk to her dogs. Sometimes she'd even return the "I love you" I told her every night. I would help get her into the wheelchair, and we watched TV together, and even go out into the backyard to bask in the sunlight. I tried to spend as much time with her as possible, because deep down, I had regrets of never spending enough time with my dad's mother before she passed away early in 2020. I stayed up from 2 p.m. to 7 a.m. constantly, keeping watch over my grandma. One night, I could tell it was finally time, and as my mother, father and I stood around her to ensure she wasn't alone when she passed, I held her hand, reassuring her that it was okay to go. I never knew how heavy her passing would hit me. I held my emotions well, working in the medical field, but my regret still lingered. Did I do enough to help her? She passed around 3 a.m. and the doctor arrived around 5 a.m. The funeral home around 7 a.m. But I was so tired I didn't see them wheel her out. I passed out at 7 a.m. and didn't wake up until 2 p.m. I had a dream so real that it still shakes me to my core today. I can still remember it vividly. In my dream, I was in a reception room or lobby. It was all white and blinding almost. The room was symmetrical, with two sides of the room having small wings with chairs to sit and wait. The middle towards the back had a large closed-off reception desk that was closed, and on either side of that office space was a door on the left and a door on the right. I was standing towards the left side door, and I saw my grandma in her pajamas, standing near the front entrance. I ran over to her, excited to see her, and she in turn looked excited as well. She was so enthusiastic and happy as she talked to me. For the life of me, I cannot recall a single thing she said, as she was so full of energy and beaming with joy. After talking to me for a few minutes, she told me she had to go. I could tell she was happy and no longer in any pain. As I watched her walk past me towards the back door on the left, my grandmother began to change. She started turning younger and healthier. It was watching her turn back in time to her prime again. The closer she got to the door, the more youthful she looked. And when she was gone, I woke up so suddenly with a sense of panic. The meaning was so clear, and yet my mind was still in shock. To the best of my ability, I can only say my mind created an interpretation of the gates of heaven, to the best of my interpretation. Created something in a form that I could accept. And there my grandmother said goodbye. She alleviated all my regrets and worries. It was clear how happy and content she was, free from pain and suffering. At her funeral, I tried to tell my aunts and uncles the dream again, hoping in some way that it could alleviate their pain as it did for me. And in some way, I hope the story can help others feel at peace too. But now, I'm genuinely worried I'm going crazy. I have a psychologist, you see. She thinks it's stress, but to me, it feels like it did when I had sleep paralysis. There was definite sleep paralysis, but then a couple of episodes that were hauntings. After the grabbing stopped just under a week ago, I was pretty relieved. I was going about my normal routine, where I walk my dog at the only dog beach in the area. It's underneath a large cliff, and sadly, someone took their life at this beach a few months ago. I was the chaplain who was tasked with blessing and cleansing the area. It was a little seedy at first, but I've never had much trouble there since. A few days ago, I was walking my pup. To get to the beach, you have to walk down a long alleyway. An important thing to note is my dog is really poor at dealing with strangers. She was socialised during lockdowns, so she barks like mad at people. I was walking her down this alleyway when she spun 180 degrees and started flipping a nut at someone. I turned and I saw them in my peripheral, so automatically went to apologise. But once I had completely spun, there was no one there. She was still going mental. I shrugged it off, figured she'd heard something and I was just tired. but something like this has happened every day since. I woke up in sweats and saw someone standing at the door we left open for the pup to go to the toilet. It's a securely fenced area, and we're in a safe neighbourhood. It would be very noisy and difficult to get to this area. Again, my dog charged the door and started barking. And after blinking and focusing for a few seconds, there was nothing. This thing was the size of the door and as broad as it too. Those are the two big ones. Other than that, I've been seeing shapes of people in reflections of doors and windows, or people walking on the sidewalk at night who aren't there. I had a psych evaluation about a month ago, but I'm going to ask for another one. I'm also going to talk to my doctor about it again. He also thought it was stress-related. I haven't been incredibly stressed, but it's always hard to tell with these things. Anyway, I'm just hoping to keep bringing you guys on this journey. It's fascinating, and I'm still not really scared, but it's definitely ramped up since I've started helping people here. I recently heard about this app that apparently lets you see and communicate with the spiritual world. It sounded interesting, and a potentially potent tool for a chaplain such as myself who, as part of their role, seeks out and combats dark paranormal events and entities. If you haven't heard of the app, it's worth looking into, but not worth using. What was my methodology? My hypothesis was that the app does the same thing as crony mediums, and throws out information and relies on interaction to zero in on themes and lucky guesses. Firstly, I took the app to a mundane place in my house, and watched as it recorded low levels of activity. It still spat out some words, and in this part, I had a no communication policy to see how the app would react. It said, "Do not," "Where," and "Who is she?" I did these things when I was alone in, intentionally hilariously, the toilet. None of the responses made sense. My next investigation was to a spot where someone passed tragically, that people say is haunted. Same thing, zero communication. That time the words I got were angel, closer, where am I? After some time, I started saying random words, not relative to the words on screen, and the paranormal activity ramped up. The words still didn't make sense. They were toy, hammer, bedroom. This haunting spot is outside at an intersection with traffic lights. Finally, I tried communication at an allegedly haunted spot and got, "I'm lying," "Why?" "I'm lost," and "Hello," in that order. My conclusion? The app relies on your preconceived idea of its success. You'll enter into an interaction with it with a heavy confirmation bias, and search for reasons why the literally random words it's spitting out will make sense. You form the story, picture, and correlations in your head. People seem adamant the app can isolate information only the dead would know. Funnily enough, an evidence strategy used by fake mediums. It would appear the app works off of whatever information you can give it, with me wondering if there's a speech-to-text conversion aspect. The app just throws out random words, and you do the rest of the work for it. My professional opinion is that the app is false and deceptive. This is a very brief summary of the investigation. There were several other things I tried, but I found no concrete information of the app being an actual means to communicate with the dead. I leave my PC on. It's a freestanding desktop unit, and it has a dim white light as its on button, which casts a little bit of light on the ceiling. I live in a fairly large room. It's almost its own unit. It just doesn't have a kitchen. Half the room is a bedroom, the other half is an area with a fridge, washing machine, and sink. When I was finally ready to actually fall asleep, the light on the roof seemed to dim greatly and disappear at the edges. I had to blink and double take to make sure what I was seeing was happening, and I thought it was either my eyes being tired or just odd light stuff. But when I was trying to focus on it, it was like the light was being washed away by shadow. Then I got a feeling of incredible dread, which I tried to rationalize as a subconscious response to what I was seeing. But I couldn't help looking around the room. Standing in the opposite corner of the room by the fridge was a tall, dark, slender figure, the height of the roof, staring at me. Its proportions didn't make sense. It had no neck, and its arms were the length of its entire body to the ground. I was incredibly confused and locked eyes with it for a few seconds before rolling over and hoping that it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Again, I couldn't help myself. So a few moments later, I looked back, and the dark, tall figure had moved closer to me and was much more prominent in my vision. Again, we locked eyes. Well, that's the best I can describe it. Its eyes were less eyes and more like two shadowy holes that were darker than the rest of its face. Then I felt an incredibly cold yank on my hand. I grabbed my phone and put the torchlight on in the area, feeling like I'm losing my marbles, and there was nothing. So I tried to shake it off again, but stayed lying on my side facing the area. As soon as I turned the torchlight off, I could see the figure standing back in its original place on the other side of the room. I knew at this point something was going on, so I went in full protective mode. I prayed, lit some frankincense and myrrh incense, tried my best to bless the room, and then for the first time in my adult life, slept with a light on. It was technically my computer screen left on facing away from my bed. It was the only way I could sleep. I've since blessed the room and include my blessing in my nightly routine, but I appreciate having a place to vent about this. It all started when I was renting an apartment for uni. I never had paranormal experiences before that. I saw how the apartment was pretty cheap and close to my college, but alas, it was also pretty small. I had no other choice, so I rented it. For the first couple of weeks, nothing spectacular happened. I went to school, and when I got back, I studied, enjoyed some entertainment, etc. One night, around 2 a.m., I turned off my laptop and headed to bed. On my way there, I heard a chilling sound of someone breathing out directly next to my ear. It took me a few seconds to even register it, since it never happened before to me. I got scared and tried to find the cause of the sound, but I couldn't. Next day, I tried to forget about it, and I did. Then, around the same time, 2 a.m., I was taking a late shower, and as I washed my hair, I heard the same chilling sound right next to my ear. I freaked out and pulled the curtains. I thought that someone broke into my apartment, but the door was locked and the key was still inside. Then, it didn't happen again for months. I had some personal problems and dropped out and went to live back home. Then as I was trying to sleep, the same sound. I was freaked out, thinking that whatever that was, it followed me home. I heard it again after a few months, and last month I really freaked out. Unlike every time, I only hear the breathing sound once. Last month, I kept hearing continuous breathing for an hour. Even my dog didn't feel well that night. When I tried to ignore it, it seemed frustrating. It would breathe louder and faster. Every time I heard it, I got chills, even after hearing it for so long. I still hear it sometimes, but now I want to talk about what I see. I have sleep paralysis pretty often, I guess. I'm not stressed out or anything, but it happens. After returning from my stay in the apartment, I've had many episodes of sleep paralysis where I see a woman with dirty black hair looking at me, or sometimes even on top of me. Last night, I felt someone grabbing me and hugging me from behind, and I quickly moved, out of shock, I guess. I saw that there was no one behind me, but when I leaned over and looked down, I was on a bunk bed. I saw a woman's head staring back at me. I just put my head back on the pillow and pretended like nothing happened. I can move sometimes during sleep paralysis, like waving around my arms or something like that. So I thought it was sleep paralysis and went back to sleep. After that, I woke up 2 more times with someone on top of me, poking me, touching me, etc. I don't know if that was just sleep paralysis or something else, but I'm pretty sure I'm haunted, at least from the sounds I hear. Any way to get rid of it, or at least communicate with my ghost? Should I make a DIY Ouija board or something? So some years ago, I worked at a nursing home. And let me tell you, if you don't believe, you will after working at one. Now, due to HIPAA laws, I will change names of people and the name of the place. And to be fair, they deserve their privacy, as we all do. Anyway, we'd have many experiences, from weird happenings in the bathroom, voices from nowhere, and seeing curious orbs on videos. But I have two stories I wish to share. The first being very sad, and the second being scary. I'm very sensitive to spirits. I can both hear them whispering and feel them around me. The first was about a woman named Nancy. When she first came to live in the home, she was fine and was very much in her right mind. But within months, she began to have falls, sadly losing it and ripping up her own skin with her nails. She was finally coming to the end of her life. And one day, while she remained in her bed, I kept feeling something messing with my hair, and I'd get the feeling to go check on Nancy. I'd check in on her as she was still hanging in there, but as I'd walk out and down the hall, I'd feel overwhelmed with sadness, and I didn't understand why. But I checked on her multiple times that day, and the same thing would happen, no matter what. I checked on her one last time around dinner time, and she was still with us. But shortly after dinner, my partner checked on her with me, and she was gone. To this day, I don't know if a loved one was guiding me, or maybe she just wanted someone there so her soul would call to mine. But I do know she was finally at peace. Now for the second story I have, we had a man who came to the home, and as I looked at him, I knew I didn't like him. At first I couldn't tell you why I didn't like him, I just felt something was off about him. Now Bob's first day with us, he seemed fine. No outburst or strange behaviour, but that changed the very next day. That morning, my partner and I came to help him get ready for the day. He decided he'd rather fight us, so needless to say, it was a long morning. At lunch, I was behind a resident in the feeding room, and Bob ended up in the feeding room as he wasn't feeding himself, but also wouldn't take help. Suddenly, while I was behind another resident across from him, he threw his soap at us, and shortly after, he was sent away. Now before the next part, I should explain that all the residents get their picture taken and placed in front of the room so they can figure out where they stay. Now at dinner time, I finished helping a gentleman who wanted to eat in bed but needed help. And as I walked past Bob's room, something about Bob's picture caught my eye. It took me a minute, but then I saw in the background a shadow figure moving behind Bob. I quickly got my partner and other co-workers to show them, and I finally understood why I didn't like Bob. Because of the shadow figure that attached itself to him, and clearly it meant harm. A few weeks later, we learned Bob had died while out. Everyone thought death was following him, but with us working with death every day, I knew that wasn't it, because death is far more peaceful. I'm fairly certain it was a demon, to be honest. I'm currently staying with my dad in my childhood home, while my apartment is being renovated. We live in northern part of Texas, a few hours from Oklahoma, and close to Palo Duro Canyons for geographical context. It's an extremely small town, less than 1,000 people, and no stores or gas stations. I got home from work late, around 10:30 p.m, and my parents were both in bed. I parked my car about halfway to my front door, and I heard a man's voice behind me say, "What are you doing?" Every hair on my body went straight up, and normally, being a Texan from a rural community, I carry a pistol in my waistband. Coyotes and all kinds of other wildlife like to make their way into town near houses, and it's mostly for safety from them, or any serial killers pulling off the highway that bypasses town, looking for his next victim. You never know. Tonight was the one night I didn't have that pistol in my pocket. I walked faster to the door and got inside as quickly as possible. I couldn't run because of a leg injury that's left me pretty limpy most of the time. I checked that both of my parents were in the house and made sure they weren't pulling a joke on me, and I grabbed the rifle by the door and went out to investigate. There wasn't any sign of someone being around, and my dad's 2 dogs in the backyard didn't make a peep. They normally go crazy barking when someone is that close on the property. My dog, who was inside at the time, was doing everything possible to try and get outside with me. He's very protective and has gone after multiple people who have tried to hurt me. I don't think this dog knows what fear is. I'm not convinced it was a neighbour either. We've had the same neighbours around here for 10 plus years, and I know them all very well. None of them would be concerned about coming over. They know my car. It's the same one I've been driving since high school, so they know I'm not some stranger. I know all of their voices. I've had coffee with many of them, and during the summers we always exchange vegetables from the gardens. This wasn't even close to a voice I recognised. I've lived in 3 haunted homes here in Oklahoma. The homes were located in Geary, Yukon, and El Reno, Oklahoma. I'm wondering if anyone has any stories that are similar to mine. 1. Yukon. This home was very active with physical spirits. Things would constantly move on their own. You could walk past a chair, kids' toys, or anything that a human uses, such as a wall phone, and the items would move at random. My brother had a toddler's tricycle, cliché I know, and it would cycle by itself in the home. We would come home and find the house looking ransacked quite a bit, and there was no break-in or anything missing. A few times, the washer and dryer both had been disconnected and moved into the kitchen area on their own after a 5-minute trip to the convenience store. There was an apparition of a little girl that would want to play with us kids, and she would only show up occasionally at night time. We constantly heard disembodied voices and knocking throughout the home. Most of the time, the knocking happened in the master bedroom and living room. Geary. This home was built in 1975 and was bought by my mother and her ex-husband around 2009 and had 1 previous owner. This home was mainly haunted by a playful spirit. TVs would shut themselves off, lights would turn off and on by themselves, and occasionally things would fall off of a shelf or out of a cabinet. This home wasn't very active. El Reno. This home I rented for about a year. It was built around 1950 as a duplex home, but was restored into a single home by the time I rented it. This home was very active, not unlike the first location. This home had shadow people and violent happenings. Doors would slam shut. Many unexplained noises would happen, such as glass being broken and heavy footsteps running through the house. I saw many shadow beings while living there, mostly in the master bedroom. One night, I was home watching TV when I heard what sounded like a brick being thrown through the bay window, immediately followed by the sound of footsteps. I ran outside onto the porch and dialed 911. The police cleared the home and found nothing. I looked for myself and there was not any broken glass, no forced entry, and nothing out of place. I had recurring sleep paralysis while living there as well. This home scared me the most. I'm not sure where to start. These are true events, things I've personally experienced. I own and have been living in my house for about 11 years now. I have a husband, 3 children, and 2 dogs. It's a small home that was built in the early 1900s. It had an addition put on it in the early 1970s. I haven't disturbed anything since I moved in, except to paint or hang things. We regularly experience strange goings-on, which we attribute to the age of the home. Chills, sounds, bats in the house, seeing things from the periphery of our vision. Rarely are the events so alarming that I reach out to anyone. Once I was home alone, and a random penny rolled across the carpeted floor, seemingly from nowhere. The dogs will not go into the basement, even when the tornado sirens are going off and we're begging and trying to drag them. A little stone raven statue that disappears and reappears from a high shelf. No way could my kids reach it. Things like that. Those things didn't and still don't bother me. I'm accepting of the fact that there may be things here that I can't explain. The thing that's getting to me, however, is my bedroom. I'm rearranging it, patching holes in the plaster from nails and screws, getting ready to lay down a fresh coat of paint. It's during all of this the other day that I noticed my room suddenly developed an echo. It never had an echo. My children have even noticed it now, the random echo. I'm wondering if this is something that could be explained away by science, or if it's one of those things. I've lived in the same house for nearly 20 years. My family has always said they've seen or heard things, but I never really did. That was until around 1.5 years ago. I was home alone walking through to take a shower, and I heard 3 loud knocks. I went to the door and no one was there. So I go jump in the shower, and right as I put shampoo in, 3 slamming knocks on the bathroom door, like they were the police. I said, "Yeah, I'm in here," thinking my family had come back. Then I heard my name. "Mark, what?" I said. Then I hear, "He's already here." "Who's already here?" And no reply. I finished getting out of the shower, and the house is empty. I called my family to see if maybe they left again, and they were still at the mall. I tell them what happened, and they say it happens to them all the time, and I didn't believe them. So cut to a few weeks later. Now, I should tell you, I sleep in complete darkness. So I start waking up at 3:33 every night, with a feeling of dread and being watched. And when I open my eyes, even though it's pitch black, I can see a shadow right beside my bed. Its head, if that's what you'd call it, reaches to the ceiling, and I can feel it staring at me. I reach over and turn the lights on, and it's gone. The feeling of dread vanishes. This goes on for months, to the point I get used to it and ignore it altogether, and just roll over and go back to sleep. Then I start hearing things moving around my room in the dark. Things being stepped on. I could hear what sounds like someone sitting down on my couch, because you can hear the springs compressing. And the feelings of dread return. So I start sleeping with my fan on full blast, so that's all I can hear. It again gets worse. I wake up at 3:33 as always. Dread overcomes me, as I feel someone sit on the edge of my bed. I jump out of bed and turn the light on. Nothing there. At this point, I've had enough and I needed to take control. So a few days later, I was alone sitting in the living room watching Netflix. I hear what sounds like someone running down the hall and then 3 knocks on my bedroom door. I stood up and yelled, "This is my house. Show yourselves. I'm tired of you messing with me while I'm sleeping." I hear nothing. "What? Are you too afraid to come out?" Still nothing. That's when I really messed up. I screamed, "You're just a fucking scared little bitch. You won't do anything to me because you can't do anything. This is my fucking house." And some other stuff I don't remember. But that's when it got way, way worse. That night as I was sleeping, and right beside my head, boom, 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 3 hard knocks, and someone screaming, "Wake up!" I jump up and run out to see what's wrong, and everyone is asleep. And I look at the clock and it's 3:35, so I start walking back to my room. And I see a head pop out from the top of my door like someone's hanging upside down. No features, just darkness. I freeze, the paralyzing fear I felt giving me goosebumps just thinking about it. It stays there for 20 to 30 seconds and then slowly goes back up out of sight. I wasn't going back there that night after seeing that. I go to my living room and sit on the couch with all the lights on. Then I heard a crash in my room. Then I hear faint laughter, and then silence. When the sun finally came up, because I didn't sleep at all, I went back to see what that crash was, and everything on my nightstand had been thrown and was laying on the other side of the room. There were handprints where I had seen faces that had a greenish glow to them. For the next month, I was tormented by almost nightly shadows that seemed to run towards me and then would vanish. The door slamming behind me closing into a closet or basement. That really scared the shit out of me. Things would randomly disappear, then days or weeks later, reappearing in the middle of my bedroom floor. People calling my name. Knocks all day and night. After a month of it getting worse and worse, I talked to someone who was into paranormal things like this, and they said I needed to stop talking to it because I'm feeding its energy and it's getting stronger the more attention I give it. So I just acted like it didn't exist, and things have calmed down some. But it's been over a year since it started, and still I wake up all the time at either 3:33 or 3:35 and feel someone looking at me or someone sitting on my bed or walking down the hallway. But I ignore it and just roll over, cover every bit of my body except the top of my head, and ignore it and go back to sleep. The knocks still happen all the time while I'm taking a shower, and I'll hear "Hey" or "Mark" as I'm walking to the kitchen. I wanted to get a camera and put it in my room and see what happens, but I'm kind of afraid of what I'll see. I was carving a woodblock in my studio at school about 2 years ago. I share this space with about 25 other people, and it's the size of a small airplane hangar, but we all have our own designated spots, and mostly leave each other alone while working. Another detail is that I was pretty sure I was completely alone there, because there was the beginning of the semester and nobody was crunching late at night yet. It was about 2 or 3 a.m, and my neck was craned down as I was intensely doing this carving. Suddenly, out of my peripheral vision, I see these dark brown leather dress shoes and formal pants approach me. I didn't bother to look up because it was probably another classmate I didn't know who was in the studio. However, when the shoes finally made their way right to under my vision, I noticed that their footsteps made no noise at all. It also crossed my mind that a fellow sculpture student wouldn't be wearing such attire for work. I thought somebody was probably curious to see what I was working on. When I looked up, wondering who it could possibly be, nobody was there. Whoever had been standing right in front of me had vanished. I looked back down and the shoes and pants I saw before were gone as well. I immediately put my tools down, grabbed my bag, and left. I was very unsure of what had happened and blamed the occurrence on sleep deprivation. However, last month, a fellow classmate and I found each other exchanging scary stories, and they mentioned how they were in their studio late at night alone and saw leather shoes and formal pants approach them, only for them to look up and see nobody there. The conditions they were in were also similar to mine. Once we realized we experienced the same thing at separate times without knowing about each other's experiences, we were very much shook. Our school has a dark history too. There were slaves on my campus, and our building was sandwiched between the slave owner's house and a graveyard where the slaves and masters were buried. You can assume I didn't work late nights alone again. When I lived in my parents, moved out at 20 years old, 6 years ago, we lived in a 10-floor apartment building. It wasn't a super old building, but the vast majority of tenants have always been elderly people, and at least a couple of people have passed away in one of the apartments. There was also a rumour, unconfirmed to this day, that shortly after the building was built, there was a lonely old man who hung himself on the roof and wasn't found for months. My parents and I have all had a bunch of ghostly experiences, many of which had similarities. My parents still live there, and interestingly, they said that all of those experiences came to a sudden stop as soon as I moved out. I haven't really had any serious paranormal instances since moving out, so I don't think that whatever was messing with us followed me. Maybe they just moved on to a different family in another unit. I believe I was 18 years old at the time. I was home alone as I had the day off from college and work, while both of my parents were at work. I remember that it was around noon and I was still in bed, but kind of half asleep, half awake. I was suddenly jolted awake by the extremely loud sound of radio static. My dad kept a radio in the bathroom that he listened to every single morning while he showered, but he always remembered to turn it off afterwards. He had the same morning routine for years and never forgot to turn it off. He also never changed the station, so I don't know how it would have been on an inactive station to achieve radio static in the first place. I was immediately wary, but still convinced myself to get up and take a look around the apartment. I went to the bathroom first and turned the radio off and unplugged it for good measure. Then, I slowly made my way around the apartment to confirm that nobody else was home. As I made it to the living room, at the opposite end of the apartment from the bathroom, I heard the radio static blast again. I let out a little scream, jumped probably a damn foot into the air, and then froze. I felt every hair on my body stand up. I felt the familiar feeling of being watched. I sprinted to the bathroom to find the radio plugged back in, still blasting radio static. I ripped the plug out of the pocket and then bolted back to my bedroom and slammed the door shut. I sat in my room against the door, freaking out. I grabbed my cell phone and was about to call my mom to ask what time she was coming home from work. Despite being terrified, I didn't want to seem like a wimp, I guess. When I swear on my life, I heard the exact sound of a key unlocking our apartment door, the door opening, and my mother's voice calling my name. She'd always call out to let me know she was home. Relief washed over me. I sprang up and flung my bedroom door open, only to walk into the hall to dead silence. My mom wasn't home. I was still alone. At that moment, I just wanted to scream and cry, but no sound came out of my mouth. I simply sprang back into my room, sat back down against my door, and called my mom in a panic. I didn't care now if she knew I was scared. I didn't want to be alone anymore. I ended up being home alone for an additional 2 hours, and thankfully, nothing else occurred, other than the persistent feeling that I was being watched. To this day, I still can't believe how precisely the voice sounded, like my mom calling out my name. That part freaked me out more than the radio being plugged back in into the wall. There was a bunch of different creepy and downright scary occurrences that happened to all three of us, but nothing ever scared me more than what happened that day. This is my sibling's story. I was just by her side when this happened. I'm 2 years older than my sister, and when we were in high school, I was in my 4th year and she was in her 1st. One weekend, we went home to our grandmother's house. Everything went as usual nowadays, and when we slept, we share a room and a bed. She was suddenly awoken from a nightmare. She had a hard time going back to sleep, and she told me she got scared as in her dream, she was in an old church's corridor side, with lights coming in from the big windows, and across her was a woman with long hair and very dark eyes looking at her, with her arms stretched as if calling her to come to her. Then she woke up. After that dream, we went back to the town where we attend our high school. After one of our lunch times, the students went back to their classrooms at their usual time, when I was called by her frantic teacher in my classroom saying there's something wrong with my sis. I of course ran to her and saw her classmates all out of their classroom, and she stayed in her chair crying and shivering. Her hands were cold and her fingers were clenched like that of a bird's. I asked her what happened, and she said she can't stand up and she's cold. She looked so pale and scared, and all I could ask her is what's wrong. I was also about to cry when my sister's class advisor came to my side telling me that they called my aunt to come to us. Then the school teachers had a hard time figuring out how to get her out of her chair, to get her to the car, when they thought they could just carry the car to the carport. From the 3rd floor, she was carried by 3 men in her chair. They told us that she'd be assisted to go to a hospital to check my sister, And on our way there in the car, I was still clutching my sister's hand. When our aunt rode with us and we asked her what had happened, she said she and her classmates had a normal lunchtime and went back to their classroom when their teacher, a tall, thin man, started their class lecture. She happened to glance at the window and saw the woman from her dream. Shocked, she suddenly looked down and felt cold to her feet. When she looked up to her classmates, frightened, she felt that the others did not seem to see the same. When she looked at her teacher, she saw the woman's grey feet and skirt, and then realised that the woman was close behind him. And slowly, the teacher's face became that of the woman with black eyes, black mouth, and long hair. She screamed. In the hospital, she was laid on a stretcher in the emergency room, and as she did, she suddenly felt that she had bled, like when her period comes. Then, a nurse assisted her to the comfort room. She got checked by a doctor, and after some time, the results came out that she appeared to have a UTI, which made no sense to me. Having heard us talking, my aunt told us she would have my sis checked out with the witch doctor too, if there were weird things involved after the undiagnosed UTI. And as we talked to the man, he told us that my sis is being followed by an old woman. And this was happening. We told our grandma what happened, and she told us that our younger brother also had a dream when he took a nap in the afternoon that same day, and was told in his dream when he was in a church that the lady with the long black dress and long hair, standing from afar, was named Espalda. The witch doctor then did some ritual to have that ghost not to follow my sis, and gave advice that my sis should wear a Saint Benedict medallion to protect her further from this lady. As I was the only one looking after my sis, we didn't go back to the school for a few days, and we had so many sleepless nights just talking, as she felt scared to be left alone, so I got to sleep less. One day, when we were taking a nap, she suddenly woke up, gasping for air. I asked her what's wrong, and she told me that the woman was at the foot of the bed with arms stretched out and was choking her. She cried again. When the weekend came and we went back to our grandma's house and told everything, then we went to church and brought the medallion she was told about. Since the time she wore it, no bad dreams or show-ups happened. Our grandma told us to forget about the woman, forget about what happened, and just moved on. Years passed. I don't even remember now if she still has the medallion. We now have our own families, and in one gathering, my sis suddenly remembered the time at school when the encounter happened to her. Then I recounted everything, but my sis only remembered that time in her classroom, but not everything clearly. And our bro seemed to have forgotten all about it. What's weird is I was the only one who remembered everything. When I was around 9 years old, I had a sleepover at my childhood best friend's house. It started out like any normal sleepover. We had pasta, and mind you, she was allergic to butter, so she just ate it plain. This is important, I promise. I always had to wash my hands when I ate something she was allergic to for the sake of her safety. By the time bedtime came around, we went to sleep in her twin-sized bed. This is where shit gets weird. I had woken up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason, but I had noticed the hallway light was on, and the door of my friend's room was cracked. My curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to check out who was still up at this late hour. I peered my head into the hallway and didn't see anyone. I shut the light off and decided to try and get some sleep. I figured someone forgot to shut the light off, so that's why I shut it off myself. I laid in bed for about 10 minutes when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs near the door. Keep in mind, I'm only 9 and I was scared shitless. The hallway light turned on and I noticed a figure standing in the crack of the doorway. The door slowly opened to my friend's mom. Now, this might seem like she was checking on us, but she turned her head like a dog in confusion. I had my eyes closed almost all the way, to the point where I knew she couldn't tell I was up. My friend all of a sudden rises up, says nothing, and runs to her mom standing at the door. My friend starts crying, and without saying anything, she points in my direction and begins crying even louder. Then, her mother finally spoke in reference to me. Did she touch butter, honey? I was so confused, and I couldn't understand why her mother would ask such a dumb question when she seen me wash my hands. I tried my best to pretend I was asleep, but before my friend could respond to her mom's question, she pointed at me once again and said the words, "I know you're awake." I refused to open my eyes and show that I was awake. They eventually left the room, but before my friend's mother left with her, she said in the creepiest voice, almost demonic, "I'll be back soon. You better be asleep." I was on the verge of tears. They closed the door and shut off the hallway light. A few minutes pass until I hear knocking on the walls. I covered myself in blankets for comfort and somehow managed to fall asleep. When I woke up the next morning, my friend was sleeping peacefully next to me, as if nothing had occurred that night. I woke her up and asked her what her problem was last night, and she was crying. She looked at me completely dumbfounded. Her mother and my friend had no recollection of the previous night, but I knew for a fact that what happened was real. This wasn't a nightmare, this was something entirely different. I never slept over again after that. Turns out that a woman who looked identical to my friend's mom died in the house from a house fire. Maybe I had seen that woman. I still have no idea what to make of the situation, but occurrences with the paranormal began after I left that house. I have many more stories, but this one still confuses me at the age of 18. To preface, I do not frequently drink. I had my first drink in February of this year, as I attended a university that prohibited the consumption of alcohol. And when I stopped attending the school, the boyfriend I was with before this one was very anti-alcohol. We broke up in January. I had my first drink in February, and these happenings took place in March. These are important details to be aware of for the story ahead. My sister holds weekly what she likes to call social nights on Tuesdays. It's basically an excuse to hang out and drink and have a good time. I really didn't go before I started dating my current boyfriend. A, because I didn't drink, and B, because I wasn't on the best terms with my family. We've had a lot of heartache, drama, trauma, etc. that's affected me a lot. And I have a tendency to distance myself whenever I feel wronged or in the wrong. However, my boyfriend has been amazing with helping me comfort my trauma and deal with it appropriately, all while being both honest and encouraging to me, which is a hard line to walk. He's been helping me out of my shell a lot more, helping me confront the good and bad things about myself. Sorry if this seems tangential, but I want to say that he's a good and honest person, for reasons you'll see later. I decide that I want to go to my sister's house, but I don't want to go without my boyfriend. He agrees to go and mixes up some drinks to bring with us. He's interested in drink making, has cool vintage bottles and stoppers, makes his own infused vodkas, etc. I decided I needed battle armor, so I put on a new outfit I'd just gotten online. A cheetah print legging and bikini top combo. This is not an outfit I would normally ordinarily feel okay in. I'm much more a cute than sexy person, but the boyfriend had really been giving me confidence about the way I looked, and I felt unexpectedly beautiful. I have the fit, he was the alcohol, we discuss who gets the drink that night. It's usually him, but I decided that I wanted to have a few drinks, so he agreed to abstain and drive us there and back. I got to my sister's, and I'm being bombarded with compliments. From her, from my friends, from everyone. My sister's giving me shots. I'm taking them like a champ, and I didn't realise how much I was drinking. I was just happy to be liked and admired there. When I drink, I try to gauge how drunk I am from where I can feel the alcohol. If I'm a little tipsy, I can feel it around my forehead and eyes. I can tell I need to stop and I can feel it past my chin. I didn't realise how drunk I was until I could feel it around my chest. I was swaying and laughing, but everyone seemed like they were having fun, so I didn't want to be a nuisance and ask to go home. Drunk me reasoned that drinking water in between the shots and drinks would keep me from a hangover, so I was chugging water. My boyfriend realises upon hearing me drunkenly lecture my sister's friends on the rules of dominoes that it was time to go. He thanks my sister for a good time, helps me lurch towards my shoes, and gingerly grabs my elbow as I stumble towards the door. I've set up how drunk I was so that the next part has some context. After I got back to my boyfriend's, barely managed to shower, he helped as I kept knocking down every bottle in his bathroom and apologising profusely, and got on the bed. I got the spins. Badly. It was so bad that my boyfriend told me I kept him up past 3 a.m. I was grabbing him, crying, shaking, asking him to make it stop. I don't remember any of that. What I remember is waking up sometime between night and morning. It wasn't quite light outside, but I could see something in the corner. It was taller than any man would be, made of darkness, with a face but no features or eyes. Something I didn't mention. My boyfriend does things with spirits and godlike entities, I guess. I think he's nervous about spooking me, so he doesn't elaborate on everything he does. But he has a separate room for practicing that he keeps very private. I didn't even see it until I was dating him, and even then, he's asked me not to come over certain nights or days so that he can do certain rituals. I have no issues with this, as long as he isn't hurting anyone or worshipping anything evil, which he assured me he isn't. He always keeps his bedroom door shut when he sleeps. Always. He was very adamant about this when we started dating. He keeps some sort of string with little objects on the door, shells, bells, etc., and has some sort of mark painted above the door. I'd gone to the bathroom sometime during the night and left the door cracked. Oh no. The figure lingered in the doorway as I regarded him. I'd accidentally slept in my contacts, so I should have been able to see him clearly, but his edges were indistinct. He didn't move, but I could feel his not eyes on me. I had a clear feeling that it wasn't human. The same feeling you get when out in a storm and viewing lightning or hearing thunder very close to you. The feeling that you could die, but that you won't. The feeling that something powerful is near, something impersonal and omnipotent that could kill you, but won't. I dismissed him, going back to sleep with a distinct feeling of unease, but ultimately acceptance. If I die, I die. I can't possibly be expected to fight the supernatural. If something wants me dead, it can and will easily kill me. I woke up the next morning to find my boyfriend's several alarms. We both have a habit of going back to sleep, so the alarms help us get up moving. I rub the sleep from my crusty eyes, don't sleep in your contacts, and go to give my boyfriend a little cuddle. Everything comes back to me, but I'm not sure how to bring it up. I start off with apologising for how being so drunk and causing a lot of trouble for him. He tells me about the stuff with the spins, which makes him laugh a bit and makes me feel embarrassed, but I laugh too. I saw something by your door last night, I said, trying to laugh a bit. Yeah, I figured you did, he says. Confused, I asked him what he meant. He said that sometime around 3, maybe 3:30 in the morning, I sat straight up, looked him straight in the eyes and said, "So it shall be," then went straight back to sleep. I have no idea what to make of this. My boyfriend keeps joking that I sold my soul, and I know that he's kidding, but I have no clue what to make of this story. Though my boyfriend loves a good joke, he knows how much a lie like this could ruin our relationship. Anyone have any ideas about what I should think? Did I actually, unintentionally, make a spirit contract or something? Was it a ghost just goofing with me? I have no clue what to make of this encounter. I want to start off by saying I'm atheist, and I don't really believe in ghosts. But to this day, I can't find any plausible, logical explanation to this story, along with a few others. I was around 8 at the time, but still remember it quite vividly. And my grandfather was a very big part of my life since I lived next door to him. Out of all his grandkids, my sister and I were probably the ones closest to my grandparents, and there was a connection between our backyard and their backyard, so I could easily cross over to their house whenever I wanted to. My grandfather was a big man. He was tall, robust. He had a very prominent mustache, which he took very good care of and never shaved. So my whole life, I had never seen him without it. Even in old photos from his 20s, he was already rocking the mustache. Even though he was 80, he was quite healthy. He owned a store which had been running for more than 40 years and was still doing it by the time he was hospitalized. He was sent to the hospital because of some heart issue, which wasn't supposed to be serious. I'm not entirely sure what the problem was, but since it wasn't serious, my parents didn't take me to visit him because he was supposed to be back home within 2 weeks. For the surgery, they needed to shave his mustache, and due to complications, he did lose a lot of weight. On the day he passed, I had a dream about him. In the dream, he was skinnier and didn't have his mustache, which I'd never seen him without. He was wearing normal clothes, though. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. On the other side of my bed, I had a desk which had a little digital clock which showed 4:42. I didn't think much of it and went back to sleep. The next morning, my parents broke the news to me, and I was shattered. I was inconsolable for a few days. When I was less sad, I asked them questions any 8-year-old would ask. Why did he die? Why couldn't they save him? What time did he die? They answered all the questions, but the one that really hit me was when they said his death certificate said his time of death was 4:45. I told them I woke up around that time, but they dismissed it and said it was a coincidence. After a few more days, I found out my sister also had a dream. One of my cousins said she saw him standing at her door the night he passed away, without his mustache, and my other cousin said she felt his presence. So for some background, I lived in a house with roommates for a short time. The house wasn't too creepy, but there was a closet just off of the kitchen that always gave me terrible vibes. So I'm not sure if maybe there is or was something in that closet. Anyway, I had 2 dreams while living there that freaked me out quite badly. Honestly, I'd had bad dreams frequently while living there, but these 2 really scared me. In the first, I was sitting at my desk, and to sort of paint a picture, my desk was along the same wall that the door to my room was, with maybe 1.5 feet between where the desk started and the door. In the dream, I was on my computer, but I was really anxious, like I knew something was on its way or something bad was going to happen. And then I looked to my left, to the door, and saw a shadow person opened it and looked right at me. The feeling I got was that I knew I was going to be right at the desk. It didn't have to look around the room for me, and it wanted me. I woke up right after seeing the figure, and I was so scared for a couple of seconds that I couldn't breathe, and I didn't want to open my eyes. In the second dream, I was in the house before there was any furniture or anything else in it. The entry door to the house was different, and I knew that I was in a different time period than today. I was moving furniture in with my best friend, and we heard the front door open. A strange detail, remember, is that it was a screen door, so it had a distinct slam sound. My friend and I hid under the furniture we'd been moving in. I hid under a desk, and just as I ducked down, I heard heavy footsteps. I held my breath as it got closer, and I felt a terrible energy come over the desk. And I just knew that it was looking toward right where I was hiding. I also knew that it was another shadow person, despite not having seen it. Then it spoke, and it genuinely had the most terrifying voice I have ever heard. It was looking at the desk. It knew someone was under there, and it said, "Stephen, where are you?" And I knew when it said that it was hunting. Kind of funny too, because when it said Stephen, I felt myself relax in my dream. Like, oh, thank God, that's not my name. After it said that, I felt it move away from the desk, like it knew when it didn't feel a reaction that whatever was on the desk wasn't Stephen. Then, it continued on to another room, and my friend and I ran out of the house. I woke up then, and had the same reaction where I froze for a second until I realised it was just another dream. I still get a bad feeling when I think about those dreams though, and I'd love to hear anyone's opinion on them. and why I had two about shadow people when I've never had any paranormal dreams before. First, I'd like to say that I've never been an adamant believer in ghosts or the paranormal. I've never dismissed the notion either. I think that it's possible. There are lots of unexplainable and cryptid things that might be explained by this, but I've never given it much thought. That is, until I moved into my apartment. There's some things happening that I can't quite explain. Before I get into that, I feel like some backstory on the neighbourhood and surrounding buildings are important. I live a couple doors down from Hotel Cecil. I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's the one with the girl who died in the water tower, displaying strange behaviours beforehand. Some theorise she was possessed. Many people have died in that hotel before then too. A number of murders and suicides took place. It's where Night Stalker Richard Ramirez was living when they caught him. Overall, lots of folks say the place is haunted or has an evil omen. During the height of all the deaths in the Cecil Hotel, my building was offices for businessmen. These businessmen would often pick up sex workers and stay with them in the Cecil since they had by-the-hour rooms. I have a theory that maybe a businessman murdered one and she's come back to the building, which has now been converted to apartments, to haunt him. This is a very loosely based theory I've come up with, and just using what I know about the history of this neighbourhood to try and come up with some sort of explanation or connection to ease my mind about the eerie stuff going on. I've been living here a little over a year now and recently renewed my lease in March. The day after I renewed it, weird things began to happen. Here's what they are. My curtains blowing. This one happens often, even when all the windows are closed and there's no air circulating through the AC vents. The dial on my stove is turning ever so slightly. My stove is electric, so luckily no open flames. But this happens when I'm not touching it or even in the same area. I'd be across the room and notice it out of the corner of my eye when I go to check. Sure enough, the stove is on and heating up. This doesn't happen super often, but it's happened maybe 4 or 5 times over a period of months. I've had the maintenance folks check it out, and they said nothing was wrong with it. Knocking or tapping at my window. First I thought I may be going crazy or hearing things. I tried to make excuses like, it's just the pipes. It's an old building after all. But the noise is so distinct, you really can't mistake it for anything else. It's not aggressive or anything. It's actually pretty quiet, but also very noticeable. Like enough that you can tell the tapping is coming from that specific window. I live several stories up, and there's no outer ledge to the window, no fire escape, or any way someone could be out there. These things usually only happen when I'm alone, but 2 weeks ago, I had a couple of friends over for a game night, and it happened again. They all heard it and got quiet. They even opened the curtains to look out the window. Nothing. It stopped shortly after. Items being rotated. Okay, so I've got OCD. It manifests in a lot of different ways, but the one relevant here is that I'm very particular about the placement of objects and being tidy. Everything has a place, and within that place that thing is placed a certain way. But sometimes I'll come home and things will have been rotated. And not like a little bit, like all the way around or halfway around. One of my main rules is that any object besides clothes with a label or logo faces forward so you can see the label. Recently, things have been moved, include my salt container. It was facing backwards. So is the paprika. Yesterday, several of my cleaning products were facing the wall of the cabinet, when before, the logo was facing out towards the cabinet doors. Both times I fixed them, but I've no idea how it could have happened. I know it wasn't me. I didn't do this. I live alone, and no one has keys to my place except me. There's no evidence of anyone coming in and rotating things. My Ring camera also shows no one is here. This is a recent development too. It's only been happening for the past 2 months. Most of these things occur at night when the sun is down between the hours of 6:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. I do freelance work from home, so I'm normally awake during these hours. My sleep schedule is fucked. However, they sometimes occur in the late afternoon too. I've now got this constant feeling of I'm being watched. In my own home, even though I live alone. I don't feel unsafe per se, but I also have no idea as to what in the actual fuck is happening. The only answer I can possibly come up with is ghost. Okay, I'm going to try to keep this brief. Some friends and I have been on a paranormal kick, mostly fueled by a new member who's very spiritual. Let's call her Sarah. She's Native American and overall very in touch with her environment. Tonight me, Sarah, Charlie, Rhea and Billy, decided to go to a cemetery in the area. One rumoured to have a few specific ghosts. And Sarah, Charlie and I pulled out the good old handmade Ouija board while Rhea and Billy walked around. We set up at the first spot and tried for probably 20 minutes before moving to a secondary location. At the second location, we set up again and began. Not too long after, I started getting tunnel vision, but it's dark, so I etched it off as being a mental thing or whatnot. A minute or so later, I heard something behind us, to which Sarah said she had seen something. Charlie agreed. We sat in silence for a few minutes and watched as a figure moved around behind graves 10 yards or so away. We called out for Billy and Rhea, thinking they were playing a prank or something. But when we got no response, we decided it was time to head back to the car. As we walked, we heard footsteps behind us. Sarah and I heard breathing in our ears, and Charlie was focused on getting out. We got back to the car to find Billy and Rhea sat against it. We asked them repeatedly if they'd followed us, but logistically it wouldn't make sense. We still heard something behind us as we approached them, and even if we hadn't, they would have had to run over a hill in the pitch dark with scattered graves, which we definitely would have noticed. They told us that they had seen a figure standing on the hill, and when they approached to see if it was just a grave, it disappeared. Their experiences started at 2:14, just about the time ours did too. We quickly left that cemetery and got Wendy's. It doesn't end there. We decided to go to another cemetery, one a bit further away, where Charlie and I had seen stuff before. Specifically, a black, almost shadow that would sit on the stairs and walk up them as you approached. I can't say they look human, it's more of a clump of darkness. Like your eyes can't focus on it. But anyway, we got to the second place. We drive around and find a place to park before getting out. We didn't use the Ouija board at this one because immediately the air felt heavy. Rhea stayed in the car while Billy, Sarah, Charlie and I set out. We walked around for a few before Billy ventured off to sit in the grass to look at the stars. The rest of us decided to approach the stairs. Around this time, I had an intrusive thought that it's not something I'd usually think, and it wasn't in a voice I recognised. It kind of just popped up. I really don't want this to sound like a made-up story, because it was all just so crazy, but the thought was, don't pay mind to the people in the trees. I kept this to myself, as I do with most paranormal things at the moment, because I don't want to sue anyone else and create false experiences. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make this brief, but I'm just word vomiting. The stairs lead up to a house sorta, like a tomb thing where coffins are. I'm not sure of the word. They lead through a fairly wooded area that brings you to another part of the graveyard, but they're not the only stairs. We walked along our path for a few minutes and found a different set of stairs to go down to navigate to these stairs. As we approached the area, we started feeling worse than before. The air became heavier in a way. We decided to take a different staircase that led to the same house thing, and once we did, there was sort of a little landing area with stairs on the left and right that led to the tomb thing. Sarah stopped abruptly and was staring up at it. I heard something to our left, and in my peripheral vision, I could see a tall, looming figure almost, Every time I'd actually look at it, it would sink into itself in a way. I told Sarah to walk up the stairs because the thing on the left was really creeping me out, but she said she couldn't stop staring at the house. Apparently, she had seen something else to our right, and she said if she looked away from the house, something bad would happen. Charlie grabbed my arm and asked if I saw the thing to the right, and I did. It was another dark figure that I again couldn't focus on, and it almost sucked in the light around itself. I don't know if I even have the words to describe it. I ended up grabbing Sarah by the arm and Charlie, and we started running to our left, where I originally saw the figure. We just kept running, yelling Billy's name because we knew we needed to leave. He didn't answer immediately, but once he did, we realized he was up the stairs on the hill. We were terrified. To get to him, we had to run up through the woods, which we all agreed felt the most heavy. Through the pitch-black darkness, we ran up the steps, all trying our best to stay to the right where the forest was less dense. Sarah stopped us, and she looked terrified. Apparently, she was nervous that Billy was a skinwalker, but we took the chance to get away from whatever was in those woods. We grabbed him by the arm and ran back to the car to find Rhea, who apparently had a super bad headache. The whole thing was terrifying. In both places, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. We are now doing a cleansing spell. Not many people believe me when I tell them this. I live in our family home. This house has been home to many generations in my family on my mother's side. Our family was one of the rich ones back in the day. They had a large wealth and weren't afraid to show it. They were the first house in town to get a television when they came out. This house was a place where my female ancestors gave birth, and there were deaths. This is where things get interesting. My great-great-great-great-uncle died when he was between the ages of 2 and 5. Throughout the years, the stories changed. I've lived in this house my entire life, and there have been some odd things that happen. When I was little, about 2, my mother would rock me in the rocking chair, and I'd always look towards the stairs and laugh. Around this age, I had also seen my grandfather in the yard. In his living years, he had a garden and would get up every morning at 4 to work in his garden. I had seen a man in the garden while my mother was making my breakfast, so she told me. I had told her he was raking the grass. When I described things to my mother, she realized he was tending to the garden. She then showed me a picture of my grandfather, a picture I had never seen, and I said it was the same man. There have been instances of things being moved in the house, but never anything bad. One night, my father had taken a shower, and while he was finishing up, he placed the face cloth he had used over the shower door. It had fallen in, and he picked it up and put it back. It fell in again, and he said, "Fuck it," and went upstairs to bed. He's always the first to wake up. The next morning when he woke up, the face cloth was outside of the shower on the mat, right in front of the door. I've also experienced something similar. I was reading on my e-reader, and I had placed it on top of the stack of books on my nightstand. My parents called me down for supper, and when I came back upstairs, my e-reader was under all of my books. Recently, I was on the phone with my boyfriend. It was around 11 o'clock at night. From the kitchen, you can see the stairs I had mentioned previously. I was sitting at the kitchen table looking out the window, and when I turned my head, I saw what looked like a little boy squatting down, playing with our cat. The cat was laying on his back, playing with what looked like a little boy. It was odd. It looked like the little boy was trying to pet his belly. This is everything so far. I just felt like I needed to share this story. In 2016, my girlfriend and I decided to go on our first vacation together. We booked a 3-night stay at the Belmonts Hotel, not its real name, which was a historic hotel in the old part of the city. It was an elegant manor-style home from the 1850s, and parts of the property looked like it was from that period. Massive staircases, parlour room, and original furniture throughout. Our first day, we did the usual touristy stuff. Exhausted, we settled into our room and crashed for the evening. Our first night, we barely slept. My girlfriend and I were both uncomfortable sleeping in the room and felt like someone was watching us. A few hours later, around 3 a.m., we were abruptly woken up to a very loud sound coming from above our room. It sounded like someone was pulling or pushing a large piece of furniture. The stuttering of wood on wood and the creaking was unbearably loud. This went on ad nauseum for a while, that we were totally awake thinking someone was working upstairs like a staff member moving furniture or rearranging the room. We were both dumbfounded, sitting upright in our beds, waiting for this to end. Second day, the more touristy stuff didn't think much of the previous night. The second night, we were zonked and went to sleep early. This night was strangely similar. We woke up around the same time to the exact same creaking and stuttering of furniture or something being moved around above us. It eventually stopped like yesterday, and we managed to fall back asleep. Next thing I remember is my girlfriend waking me up, abruptly saying, "What are you doing?" I awoke, standing in the middle of the room in the dark, unpacking my bag, angrily throwing our clothes in the air. I snapped at her for asking me what I was doing and interrupting me. I was frustrated and agitated on waking. Suddenly, I vaguely remembered what I was doing. Almost like a dream on waking and you try to hang on to your dream. I sat on the bed and explained that I was looking for a key in the room, and I remembered wandering around the room, desperately searching the walls, floors, and furniture with my hands in the dark. I was getting more disturbed the more I explained this to my girlfriend. The idea that I was alone in this dark hotel room doing this really frightened me because I had no control. Needless to say, we decided to call it early and head home and end our vacation. We drove the full 4-hour drive home that night in pitch, darkness, and fog. I called the hotel that morning to check out early. Speaking with the front desk, I mentioned the loud noises coming from above our room. She replied, "There is no room above yours. It's an attic space and no staff would have been there at the time." I mentioned that it sounded like someone was dragging furniture on hardwood. She said there was lots of furniture stirred up there. I asked her if the hotel was haunted. She responded reluctantly that she has heard other similar stories. I was probably 10 to 12 years old, and my friend, I'll call him Bill, and I were going over to another friend's house, I'll call him Jake, for a sleepover. I'll keep this brief, but this has always stuck with me, and I felt like sharing. We were all hanging out in the living room in the late afternoon. I wanted a drink, so I walked into Jake's kitchen. When you walked in, there was a table to your immediate right. I think it was Jake's birthday or something, so there were some balloons tied to the chairs. I looked over and saw an old man sitting in one of the chairs. At least I thought I did. I only saw him for a split second and I assumed I was just seeing things. Never mentioned it to my friends because it was honestly just oh, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye sort of thing. An hour or so went by and Bill went to the kitchen for some food or whatever. When he came back, he told Jake and I that he saw a man sitting at the kitchen table. I got so excited because this was a damn sleepover and now we had ghosts involved. I told him that I thought I had seen the same thing earlier, and Jake said it sounded like his dead grandfather. Jake was a bit odd. Later that night, Jake's dad was working at the kitchen table before going to his bedroom. Once he was out of there, I went back to get some food and I saw him still sitting at the table. I literally turned to ask, "Didn't you just leave?" But there was nobody there. Some other things happened after, but I chalk those things up to our overactive imaginations. I have 2 reasons to believe that this wasn't a ghost. 1, maybe we mistook one of the balloons for a human head. Totally possible. 2, maybe I did tell my friends what I saw the first time I saw it, and I'm just blocking that part of my memory. This would make what Bill said seem totally unbelievable, because he was younger than me and he probably just wanted attention. But I'm 90% sure I never said anything to them, because I really didn't think anything of it when I first saw it. The balloon thing has been my main theory. I'm not a believer or disbeliever in the paranormal, but that's the only story I have. To start with, this is 100% true. I swear on my life that this happened, but whether or not you choose to believe me is totally up to you. I still think about this experience all the time, though I really wish I could just forget about it. It's the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. So I have sleep paralysis episodes pretty often, maybe once every couple of months. A bit over a year ago, November 2020, I fell asleep on the couch and woke up to find that I couldn't move. I wasn't too scared. As I said, this happens pretty often. I lay still for a moment before I began to hear whispering, and began to panic a little bit. I can handle the paralysis, but the hallucinations terrify me. I listened to them for a minute before I felt myself move. I was pulled off the couch, and suddenly everything became much more hazy. I could hardly think straight, and I wasn't scared anymore. I opened my eyes and saw myself laying on the couch. I had what you could call an out-of-body experience, the first and only time this has ever happened to me. I made it to the front door, which wasn't very far away, as we lived in a small trailer home at the time. I don't know how exactly I got there, but I remember it being sort of difficult. My back was to the door, so I used all of my energy to turn and see what was there. I saw this man, short, chubby, glasses. He looked sort of old and very friendly. I felt comforted by him. I couldn't say anything, but he spoke to me. He said, and I'll never forget this, "Your mum is very sick, and I came here to say how sorry I am." He watched me for a moment, and then suddenly I was back on the couch and could move again. I was very shaken because this wasn't like anything I'd ever experienced. I've hallucinated during sleep paralysis before, but this was never pleasant, and I was always terrified. This was also the first time one of the figures spoke directly to me. It was also the first time I had seen a figure that wasn't shadow-like. And like I said earlier, it had been my first out-of-body experience. I told my best friend, who was staying over and sleeping in my room, what had happened, and she agreed it was creepy. I cried while telling her. I was paranoid for a few days that something would happen to my mom. Scary as it was, I forgot about it eventually, chalking it up to an unusually scary episode. Here's the weirdest part, and why I would never lie about something like this. In December of 2020, my mom died suddenly. I won't get into the details as they're traumatizing and likely triggering. I haven't told many people this, as I don't think anybody will believe me. My mother and I were super close, and I feel like he came to warn me, or prepare me in a way. Has anyone had something even slightly similar happen to them before? So I live in the countryside with my parents and my older sister. When we were younger, we used to go up to the hills located behind our house. We would always go with our neighbours. There, we used to sit down, have some snacks, and play with various furniture that people throw there. Eventually, our sister got older, so I started to go there alone with my younger neighbour. One day, we saw a wooden cabin up on one of the hills, so we decided to go there and investigate, because we'd never seen that cabin before. When we got there, we saw an old lady on the porch. We didn't know who she was, but we decided to go talk to her because she was all alone. We were just 10 and 7 years old. The old lady was super nice. She gave us ice cream during summer and cookies during fall. She also made us a lot of necklaces made with stones she found on the hill. She also told us her name was Francesca. We asked everyone if they knew about Francesca, but nobody seemed to know her. Time passed, and we kept on going to see her every afternoon. One day, there was a fire on the hill with the cabin, so we rushed to the place to ask the police if Francesca was okay. They told us that there was nothing up there, other than rocks and plants. We told them about the cabin, but everyone seemed to think we were just playing around because we were kids. Time passed, and we didn't go back to the hills. My neighbour doesn't remember a thing about the cabin and just says it was our imagination. But somehow, I think it wasn't. Everything felt so real. It was as if the cabin and Francesca had vanished. Nowadays, I keep remembering everything, But what's more, I can sometimes see the cabin up on the hill for a few seconds, especially during winter when the chimney used to be on. Also, when I'm alone at home, I can hear the old radio Francesca used to have. I sometimes smell the scent of her cookies and hear her singing a favourite song. I had a couple of dreams about her, but they all go so fast and are more like nightmares. This is something I would never understand. When I was a kid, I used to have these moments where I'd be going along and then I'd just pause whatever I was doing and just watch things play out in front of me, like I was watching a movie for the second time. I would know when a specific person would walk through a door, or a teacher would knock over their coffee cup. I told a couple of close friends and a couple of family members, only to have them say it was just deja vu. As a little kid, I was just like, oh, okay. Everyone had these moments then. I didn't really know what deja vu meant entirely at that age. It wasn't until I was in 5th or 6th grade when I was like, oh, this is nothing like that. I was literally having visions of these moments, not just little blips, but long, drawn-out moments. I started meditating and researching, and at some point I realized they were mostly coming from my dreams. I even started keeping a dream journal by my bed, so I could write them down as soon as I woke up. I wrote the date and time and captured as much info as I could. Anytime I dreamt of someone I didn't know, I would just bullet point details of their appearances, calling them girl or boy A and B. Then, anytime I had the vision happen, I would find my journals and read what I wrote. I would even write in the real person's name once I knew who they were. For some reason, I was always most open in my sleep and always had so many crazy waking moments. The visions always gave me comfort. I always looked at it as if someone was telling me I was on the right path. Although there were quite a few moments I wish I could forget too. I still have visions occasionally and still take pleasure when they happen. Mostly now, it's when dealing with my kids. Several years ago when I was 15, I had an accident while decorating my local church for Christmas. I fell from the rafters while hanging lights. When I got up, the world seemed to slow to a stop. After a few moments, a door opened in the wall of the church. A tall, well-dressed man walked out and called me to come through the door. As I stepped through the door, I entered a small library full of books and trinkets everywhere. I remember clearly the man saying, "Take a look around and enjoy." Needless to say, at this point I thought I was dead, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to wander around. All the books had titles that were in a language I had never seen, but I somehow understood. After what felt like a lifetime, I came to a small brown box on a bookshelf. I opened it, and I understood everything about everything. It's kind of hard to describe, but imagine how many religious elders say there's a grand plan for the universe. Well, imagine that you got to see it all. Not just your little corner that you see in your life, but the entire plan and reason for being. It's not something I can put into words. Believe me, I've tried. The words to describe what I saw and the knowledge I experienced simply don't exist. But after what felt like years, the tall man took the box from my hands and put it back on himself. He said it's time to go, which scared me due to the fact that I thought I was dead and would never see my family again until they themselves passed. However, after he took me back outside through the door I came in, he said, in the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, "Goodbye." After that, it all went black until I came to the hospital. Apparently, I'd been unconscious for a few hours. The next few days were a blur due to the medicine that I was on. To this day, I still don't know if what I saw was real or a crazy medical hallucination. But what I do know is that ever since then, I don't dream anymore. All I see is that box in my mind when I sleep or meditate. And when I open the box, I all come back with all the knowledge. Ever since I've tried, as I said before multiple times, to write it all down. But it's more than just information. It's understanding about the universe that mankind can't yet, or can't ever, understand. I don't know if the tall man was God or an angel or something else entirely. Quite frankly, it scares the hell out of me. This happened last year. To give a little background, I live in a very small complex with a handful of houses and one family per house. At the time of this incident, the only ones residing in my house were me, my grandmother, and my grandmother's caregiver/nurse. I have other family members, but they were not in town during that time. I had kept a 24-hour caregiver for my 80-plus-year-old grandmother, as it was not possible for me to be with her a lot of the time, and she needs a dedicated companion. The nurse we engaged is still taking care of my grandmother. The nurse had a daily routine, which is that every day for a brief period of time, she steps out of the house and takes a walk downstairs in our garden, during which she talks on the phone to her children. She always talks to them sometime between the afternoon and evening. One night, I was returning very late from dinner with friends. As I entered our complex gate and was walking towards my house, I heard the distinct sound of the nurse talking on the phone. I recall looking at my phone to check the time. It was 1 a.m. Her voice was loud and clear. She was using the same tone she uses when talking to her children. Affectionate, like you address a baby. I couldn't make out most of what she was saying, but just caught a few words. I was very surprised and also annoyed. Annoyed because at 1 a.m. she's supposed to be inside the house with my sleeping grandmother, staying nearby in case she needs water or needs to go to the bathroom at night. And surprised because not only had she never done this before, but she was definitely not the sort of mother to encourage or allow her small children to stay awake at 1 a.m. and chat on the phone way past their bedtime. I stepped into our garden and called for her, and not only was there no answer, but there was no voice talking on the phone either. I looked around for her, but the garden was completely empty. There was no one there but me. I even tried calling her phone, but it didn't ring anywhere nearby. I was freaked out, so I quickly then went into the house and went into my grandma's room to check if she was alone, because the nurse is supposed to sleep next to her at night. And sure enough, the nurse was there, fast asleep, and with her phone next to her. I thought that maybe she had woken up at night to talk to her children, and her voice had floated out from the window to be heard in the garden. But the next day, she said she had slept soundly and had never woken up to make phone calls. Moreover, it was definitely not proper for her to make loud phone calls, with my grandmother sleeping in the house at night. I was not drunk. I had been out for dinner, but the restaurant we went to didn't serve liquor. It had unmistakably been her voice which I had heard, and exactly the tone she uses when talking on the phone to her children, and the voice had come from the garden. So neither could it have been anyone from the other houses in the complex, walking and talking near my house and garden. This is the second time in my life I've heard a voice while fully awake. For starters, I may have a sleep disorder called exploding head syndrome. So sometimes I hear voices while trying to fall asleep, but I was fully awake for these situations. The first time, I was ranting to myself about a friend who ditched me to play video games with someone else after promising to play with me. I was like maybe 9 or so, and it hurt a bit. I was saying things along the lines about how unfair it was and mean, and I heard a woman say yes in the doorway of my bedroom. Obviously, I freaked out because I was home alone and it was a voice of someone I'd never heard before. Note, this was during the day. Fast forward to a few nights ago. I was swapping laundry late at night and ranting, again to myself, about the day I had at work. I was really upset and stressed out and just going off quietly while folding clothes and whatnot. I heard a man from behind me say, "Well, you're home now." My boyfriend was home and awake with me, but he was at the end of the house and hadn't spoken at all due to being focused on a video game. I got nervous, but remained calm and tried ignoring it, because from my experience at my house, if I give something attention, it gets worse. Now, I do see shadow people, often here. I've had some try to jump at me more than once. these aren't the shadow people with red eyes, they're just pure black blobs in a sort of human shape, enough to make it out. But I'd never heard one talk, and I didn't see a shadow person before, during, or after I heard the voice. But I wonder if it's like, you see them, you don't hear them. You hear them, you don't see them, kind of thing. But the voices aren't negative, and most of the shadow people I see are passive or run away from me. I took my sister, visiting from out of state, on a hike the other day in a rural part of the state I live in. Lots of trees, waterfalls, very little cell phone signal. You get the picture. I'd already had some weird feelings when I saw another car already parked where the trailhead was, because we got there on a weekday at 6:30 in the morning. I brushed it off, quieted my intuition, because the early bird gets the worm, right? There were several different trails in this natural area, and so we started on the one that sounded most interesting. We got maybe a quarter mile down the trail when my sister stepped into a spiderweb. As she was wrestling with getting it off of her, I felt something that I can best describe as a hot breath hit my ear, coming from nowhere, and I don't think I heard a whisper, but I had a thought that wasn't my own that I thought was, "Get out." Now that I had some time to really think about it, I think it was actually, "Get help." I told my sister what just happened, and a natural response was, well, maybe we should leave. So we started making our way back to the trailhead. Just as we were getting ready to leave, I swear I felt something pulling me back in. I convinced her to let us try a different trail. I looked at the sign listing the different trails, and again, intuition told me to take the next one. And we started down. It was supposed to be a loop that led down by the river with some falls. The trail hadn't been travelled in at least a day, and I know this because of all the spider webs blocking the path. We get down to the river, and there's a detour with a bridge going across to the other side. I walk across and get down to it, and there's a sweater hanging on the railing. I go to look at it, but I cannot bring myself to touch it. We took a few pictures because it was really pretty, but I couldn't shake the weird feelings I was getting. I kept writing it off as being hungry and tired because I'd skipped breakfast that morning and went to bed late the night before. We go back up and continue a little further down the trail and get to a fork in the trail. My sister wants nothing to do with this path because it wasn't marked like the other one was. But being a naturally curious person trying to see some more pretty scenery, I decide I want to go down a little way and see what I can see. I got to a spot where I saw a much larger spider in a very pretty web that I could tell took a while, so I stopped to admire it. It was at this moment that for no apparent reason I felt uneasy enough to want to turn back around, so I did. We took the other path in the fork a little bit further in, and as we're walking through a certain spot, I get a whiff of something but don't think anything of it. I notice the time on my phone and we begin to turn around so I can be back home in time for work. On our way back, I get stuck in a spider web, and as I'm wrestling myself out of it, the smell comes back and it suddenly clicks that it's the unmistakable stench of death. My little sister has never had to smell it, so she thought I was being paranoid. I could have written it off as, "Oh, we're in the woods. It could be a dead possum or deer nearby." That kind of thing is super common here. I can't shake it. I call the local non-emergency number and tell them there's a smell, and they say they'll send some officers out. I also take a screenshot of my Google Maps location because for some reason in that exact spot I have service. My sister wants to leave. For obvious reasons, she has jitters, and we have to go meet the officers at the trailhead, so we start making our way out. On our way out, I feel another hot breath on my ear, and I get a sick feeling. We meet the officers, and I give my sister the keys to go sit in the car in the AC, so I know she's somewhere safe. When some guys from the fire department get there, we drive down to another trail entrance that was a little closer to the river, and I use a screenshot of my map to guide us back to where the smell is. From there, this group of about 8 police and firefighters are digging around with heat sensing equipment to try and locate whatever the smell is. As they're searching, I'm kind of just standing there being useless because I figure, stay out of the way and let them do their job. I stand facing the direction of the river and I feel what feels like thumps on the back of my head. Like someone is standing behind me flicking my head with their finger to get my attention. At one point, one guy with his heat sensor, not sure what they're actually called, but it's like a camera that reads heat, picks up what looks like a humanoid blob of meat, and someone else goes over to where it is, and there's nothing there. They write it off as something underground, or maybe the sunshine through the trees on the ground. As they're getting ready to go and write it off as a dead animal somewhere, a few decide to do a quick once-over by the river, just to cover all the bases. They took the path that I turned around at where the giant spider was, and it led down to a steep drop-off. I'm walking out with the rest of the officers, and I hear one of them yell for everyone else. Would you believe it? There's a body in the river. I felt instant relief, which sounds odd considering the situation, but it was like a weight had been lifted. They were found. They can be put to rest. I can breathe again. When I get home, I take a shower and sit down for work. My cat does everything she can to lay down on me, puts all her weight on me and purrs so loudly like she's trying to comfort and heal me. I know they can pick up on these things. I know it sounds cliche, the whole finding a body in the woods thing is a very B-rated horror movie. I know none of you know me from Adam. I swear this happened. I don't really know how to move past this. I don't know what I experienced, and I'd love to know. I'm not alone.